start, that pitter-patter is starting to sound like an elephant parade. Can a roof hold an elephant? Relax. Join the parade. You've got our home insurance, which means we'll rebuild your home after a fire, flood, or storm. Get in touch to get a quote and live a little freer with AA Insurance.
So Heat 1 of the boys under 18, Coxless in Lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Tom Pemberthy and Ted Mayne. In Lane 6, Marlborough Boys College 1, Zachary Jenkins and Hugh Straker. And then Wellington College 1, Freddie Thorpe and Sam Hickey. Progression is 1 and 2 through to the A final, the rest to the repechage. The orange light's on, so these boys will be underway shortly. And off we go in the heats of the under 18 Coxless pairs. All the way cleanly, good start for the Browns out of Mount Albert Grammar. Christchurch Boys High School in Lane 5. And then Marlborough Boys out there in Lane 6. Those are the three away the cleanest as the umpire boat heads in behind them. And they disappear off into the mist. It looks like it's got murkier down there than it is here. So with two going straight through, the next heat actually will be quite interesting because it's got the winners of both the North Island Secondary School and the South Island Secondary School champs lining up against each other, and the third place getter in the South Island. So plenty to row for these boys. We'll get to that in due course, but hopefully we'll be able to pick up something in another 3 or 4 minutes of the first heat coming through. And as we look across the lake, we can see that it's just starting to lift. We can see more of the willows on the other side. So it won't be too long now before we have a completely different vista. So second heat going into the blocks now. In lane 2, Tauranga Boys College 1, Leo Wilson Taylor and Cullen Fuller. In lane 3, Auckland Grammar 1, Charles Alston and Dougal Rutherford Levine. In lane 4, Westlake Boys High School 1, Ashton Brotherston and Targ Farrick. They finished second in the North Islands just recently. Henry Kirk and Grayson Small from Otago Boys High School 1 in lane 5, who won the South Islands. And third in the South Islands was Cashmere High School 1, who are in lane 6, William Anderson and George Higgins. And completing the field for that second heat will be James Hargis College 1, Eamon Thwaites and Nick Todd. So heading towards 1,000 now should be the first heat. In fact, they're through that because we can see them starting to emerge at around about 500 metres to go coming through the mist. One and two through to the A final, rest through to the repechage. Nice shot of them through the 1,000 there, you can see. Takapuna Grammar on the right-hand side of your screen. Just inside of them is Aquinas College. And then Mount Albert Grammar in lane 4. Looking to be doing pretty well. Christchurch Boys High School in lane 5. And then right at the bottom of your screen there, you'll see lane 7, which will be Wellington College 1. And between them is Marlborough Boys College 1 in lane 6. So Takapuna, Jimmy Austin, Harrison Toxopos. In lane 3, Aquinas College 1, Anton Bernard and Scott Clark. Lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar, as they come through that misty part now, is Theo Brown and James Brown. Lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Tom Pemberthy and Ted May. Lane 6, we've got Marlborough Boys College 1, Zachary Jenkins and Hugh Straker. And in lane 7 is the pair from Wellington College, Freddie Thorpe and Sam Hickey. So Mount Albert Grammar in lane 4, ahead of Christchurch Boys High School, and then back into Aquinas College. Now we get them clearly here with 300 metres to go, and we can see that it's Christchurch Boys High School out in front by 3 boat lengths. Just inside of them is Mount Albert Grammar, but right across from them is Marlborough Boys College. So a nice fight between those two crews to see who takes out the second spot. Mount Albert have the advantage at the moment. Then we be back down into lane 2, Takapuna would be next best, just over Aquinas. And then in the outside, probably lane 7 is Wellington. But it's Christchurch Boys High School, Tom and Ted, 150 to go. And just inside of them is Mount Albert, who have moved through on the crew just outside the Marlborough Boys. 1 and 2 to go through, so plenty to go with. So Marlborough Boys left to get those hands moving a bit quicker if they want to try and take over Mount Albert to get that automatic qualification through to the A final, and a bit of a rest between the next race. But they won't have to rest as Christchurch Boys High School 1, Tom Pemberthy and Ted Main in lane 5. Into the yellow boys they go, less than 100 metres for them. Theo and James Brown here in lane 4. 100 metres to go for them. So they've got a boat length over the crew from Marlborough Boys, and they'll keep that advantage. Take them through straight into the A final. Over the line now goes Christchurch Boys High School. Let's see what time they've gone through in. 7:07, handy time for early morning for them, and it is going to be by a boat length. Mount Albert taking that second qualification straight through the A final. Well done, boys. And finishing third outside of them will be Marlborough Boys College. Down here into lane 2, Wellington College. So that second heat, lane 2, Tauranga Boys. Lane 3, Auckland Grammar. Lane 4, Westlake Boys. Lane 5, Otago Boys. Lane 6, Cashmere High School. And in lane 7, James Hargest won. So a bit of a delayed start with the foggy conditions getting the crews into the gates, but with that little break that we had in the program before, now really back on target with timings, and you can see the second heat going through there now. Closest to you is Tauranga Boys College. And then we see Auckland Grammar, and then across from them Westlake Boys and Otago Boys. So just starting to emerge through the 500 to go. And it's Westlake Boys who have the advantage over Otago Boys. Third, it looks like Auckland Grammar. So nice tussle going to go on here between Westlake, Otago Boys and Cashmere. Those are the three in front. Looks like Otago Boys have the advantage. And it's Cashmere and Westlake Boys right next to each other. So Ashton and Tague from Westlake, Henry and Grayson from Otago, William and George from Cashmere. Well out in front, those three crews. Then we'd come back to Auckland Grammar 1. And James Hargest College 1. Then back to Tauranga Boys in lane 2. So Henry, Kirk and Grayson small. Otago Boys, they have dominated this event down here this season. Westlake Boys just inside them. They finished second in the North Islands. And then Cashmere. So one of these crews, these three crews, will need to go through a repechage. The other two are going to go straight through to the A final. The advantage is with Otago Boys, but Westlake, Ashton and Tague, they've just gone up a notch. They'll be looking to push through over Cashmere. It looks like they might be doing that and at least start to challenge Otago. So Cashmere are going to have to respond or they're going to have an extra race this week. So 150 metres to go now for the Otago pair. So it's between Westlake and Cashmere. Otago still have 2 boat lengths, but Westlake Boys, they've got a nice run on their boat. And they're starting to go over the top of Cashmere with 120 metres to go for them and starting to put some pressure on Otago Boys. So a bit of a result to get here for Westlake if they can push up on Otago. It'll be look at me, we're coming for you. They've pushed through. It's just a bit much for Cashmere. Cashmere are going to have to go through the repechage, but a valiant effort. But just starting to lengthen now, Otago Boys. They've got a boat length still over Westlake. Well, it's going to be a good final when these crews start going at each other properly later in the week. So Otago Boys will go through. They're just coming over the line now. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Westlake Boys. Then we've got a boat length back to Cashmere, first through to the repechage. Then we'd have 5 boat lengths back to Auckland Grammar down here in lane 3. And then the other 2 crews have decided that the repechage is the place to be, and just cruising down to the line will be Tauranga Boys College and James Hargest. So they've gone through in 7:03, so 4 seconds quicker than the previous heat. And quite a competitive heat it was. As we look forward now to the third and final heat is on its way down the course. That in lane 2 is Onslow College, Oliver Sutherland, Jacob Buttel. In lane 3 we have got Westlake Boys High School, which is Arno Raniki and Connor Wiltshire. In lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Nicholas Bryant and Cam McGilvery. They won the North Island Secondary School Championships just a couple of weeks ago. In lane 5, Whanganui Collegiate 1, George Nelson and Matthew Poulton. And in lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Angus Hill and Tom Rutherford. So that boat finished well in South Islands. They've had a crew change in there, but still it's the boat that finished second at South Islands. as they emerge through now, and we'd expect to see that lane 4 is in front. Ooh, and St Andrews are right out there too, so those two are leading them down. Remember, it's 2 to go through, so it looks like it could be St Andrews very even there with Mount Albert in lane 4. Then we come back to Westlake Boys number 2 in lane 3. Then outside to Whanganui Collegiate, then we come back to Onslow College number 1. This is the last of the boys under 18 coxless pair heats. Then we move into the girls under 18 double sculls. We have got 5 heats of that, and of those, the winner will go straight through the semi-final. The rest will be into the repechage, except for the last place who'll get eliminated. So just watching this last heat of the boys under 18 pair. Not much between Mount Albert and St Andrews. In fact, both of them are well clear, so they just have to finish where they are and they go through to the final, but they will want the lane they want, so no quarter will be given. Whanganui moving into third now, just will look like they're pushing up on Westlake Boys down there in lane 3, and then it's back to Onslow College and then outside. No, they're just inside there. So starting to move a bit quicker now, Mount Albert. They're starting to put some distance between themselves and St Andrews. Very smart looking pair, very clean. Great conditions for these pairs. St Andrews just taken it up a notch. They've increased their rating, looking to push up on Mount Albert and get themselves a better lane. $150 metres to go now for that St Andrews crew, but they're a boat length behind Mount Albert. Then we would have 4 or 5 boat lengths back to Whanganui Collegiate and Westlake Boys just inside of them. Well done there to Nicholas and Cam. Be looking forward to the final later in the week. They go over the line now, does St Andrews to join them. And then we'll have the other crews going through to the repechage. So Whanganui Collegiate, Westlake Boys and Onslow College. So that concludes, they've gone through, let's have a look and see. They've gone through, heat 3 has gone through in 7:09, so that, not as much competition in that last heat, but the second heat was clearly the fastest. Off now we go to race 15, and it's the girls under 18 double sculls. We've got 3 heats of these. The winner will go through to the semi. Last eliminated, the rest through to the repechages. In lane 1, Cambridge High School 2, Jenna Alton and Sophia Goodrich. In lane 2, Pukekohe High School, Caitlin Van Ree and Caitlin Foote. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Olivia Dunn and Leah Reck. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles. In lane 5, Whanganui High School 1, Georgina Ross and Messina Sewer. In lane 6, Avonside Girls High School 1, Stella Cook and Ash Fleming. Lane 7, Villa Maria College 1, Julia Middleditch and Lydia Fitzgerald. And in lane 8, Marlborough Girls College 2, Sophie Ridley Scott and Poppy Lane. So lane 4, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, they won this event at the North Island Secondary Schools Championships 2 weeks ago. So they would be favourite, you would think, to maybe take this out, but you never know. So they're underway, no scratching, so we'll just wait to see them emerge. And hopefully we'll get some footage of them coming through the 1,000, though I'm not sure we've got the commentary up on the live stream yet, but it can't be far away. Four heats of the girls under 18 double sculls, then we will move into the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Just coming towards the 1,000 now, the first heat of the girls under 18s. And it is, in fact, in lane 4, Takapuna Grammar. Handy lead over St Paul's Collegiate. A good 2, nearly 3 boat lengths in front. Then it would be Whanganui, Avonside Girls High School. Still lovely flat conditions here for them. Very slowly lifting this cloud. Just going through the 1,000 now, lane 1 at Cambridge High School, lane 2 Pukekohe High School, well through now, so they're into the second half of the course and we can see them starting to emerge now. Takapuna in lane 4, Avonside Girls in lane 6. Back inside we go to Whanganui. Then St Paul's Collegiate would be ahead of Whanganui still. Pukekohe in lane 2. Then out to Villa Maria in lane 7, Marlborough Girls in lane 8. Then we go back inside to Cambridge High School in lane 1. So Skylang and Annabelle Knowles from Takapuna in lane 4. 2 boat lengths ahead of, it's very even between St Paul's and Avonside Girls, but just the one to go straight through the semi-final. The rest will be into the repechagers, except for the last, who will sadly be eliminated. So the second heat is underway. We'll give you the field for the second heat while they start to push through here. And then in lane 1 is Whanganui Collegiate 1, Brooke Lawrenson and Mackenzie Armit. In lane 2, Glendowie College 1, Mila Taylor Magnan and Sophie Strang. In lane 3, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Lucy Crawford and Emma Wood. Lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith. They won this event at South Island Secondary Schools 2 weeks ago. Lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Mila Graham and Gabrielle Austin. In lane 6, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Satai Satoga and Blaze King. And then in lane 7, we have Nelson College for Girls, number 1, Gemma Mead and Jessie Brown. And lane 8 will be Whangarei Girls High School, number 2, Ella Rose Donker and Pearl Leon. But back here in heat number 1, it's all with Takapuna Grammar in lane 4. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate are in fact second. Then we would look at, it's Whanganui and Avonside Girls have drawn alongside each other. So there's 3rd and 4th, Avonside Girls just over Whanganui. And then we go out to Villa Maria in lane 7, back to Pukekohe in lane 2. And then it's even Stevens between Marlborough Girls College 2 and Cambridge High School number 2 in lanes 1 and 8 flanking the field. Not extending themselves, Takapuna. Nice, tidy rowing. Very clean in at the catch. Hardly any splash with those blades at all. They'll be enjoying this. They've got the field right behind them. They can see everybody. Into 100 metres to go now they go. Very comfortable for them. 4 boat lengths ahead of St Paul's. And it's Avonside who are now moving ahead out there in lane 6 of Whanganui High School. And well done, ladies. Over the line they go in lane 4. Takapuna Grammar 1 take out this first heat. They've gone through in 7:41. Finishing second here will be St Paul's, just easing down to go over the line because they'll be into the repechage along with Avonside Girls and Whanganui Collegiate. Then we go outside to Villa Maria. We'll come right across here to Pukekohe High School in lane 2. And then it's going to be between Cambridge and Marlborough Girls as to who's repechaging and who's not. And it looks like Cambridge will be. They're going to finish half a boat length ahead of the outside crew from Marlborough Girls College. So that's the first heat done of the girls under 18 double sculls. Second heat has just left the blocks. Pretty clean start. Looks like the lanes 4, 5 and 6 are away the best as the third heat comes across into the chute, or from the chute into the starting blocks. And I believe we now have we're now live again with the commentary on the live stream. So if you've just joined us and you're wondering where all the noise has gone, it's not because we were cut off for saying rude words. It's just because we had some technical difficulties. So welcome to you at home if you've just joined us. Our apologies for that glitch. Hopefully you've caught up with all the confirmed placings on Rowett, and we can now bring this coverage back to you. So we're just watching heat number 3 of the girls under 18 double sculls just going into the starting blocks. Heat 2 is on its way down, and I can tell you that Heat 1 was won convincingly by Takapuna Grammar over St Paul's and Avonside Girls. And we're well into conditions lifting here now as we see the second heat starting to make its way down the course, and it's Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith from Dunstan High School in lane 4 by 2 boat lengths over Mila Graham and Gabriel Austin from Hamilton Girls High School out there in lane 5. Mount Albert Grammar in lane 6 would be third. Then we come across to Craighead Diocesan, Lucy Crawford and Emma Wood. Lane 1, Whanganui Collegiate 1. And then we're on the outside lanes to Nelson College for Girls and Whangarei Girls High School. So 1 to go through to the semi-final, last eliminated, and the rest will be into the repecharges. So Sophie and Pippi from Dunstan, who won this event at South Island Secondary Schools, looking to get through first in here, straight into the semi-final, minimise the number of races they need to do this week. Heat number 3 is underway. We'll give you the field for that very shortly. We'll just see this race come through to its conclusion, at least for the first and second places. So looking like a couple of boat lengths in front now for Dunstan as they start to move into their finishing sequence. That familiar Dunstan drive, big connection at the catch, then a real drive right through to the finish. On the outside of them still was Hamilton Girls High School. $100 to go now for the Dunstan double. Hamilton with them, and then we come down into Whanganui in lane 1 have really started to push through on those two crews inside of them. Glendowie in lane 2 and Craighead out there in lane 3. And then we go outside to Nelson College for Girls in lane 7. But no doubt about who's going to go straight through to the semi-final. It will be Dunstan High School. Just get a read on their time. Remembering the last one went through in 7:41. And just easily over the line they go now. 7:48. Hamilton over now, and then nice finish coming here from Whanganui in lane 1, starting to push through on Nelson even, so they might well just be ahead of Nelson. They are. So they've had a nice run through in the last 200 or 300 metres and just pushing through on Nelson. That'll help for lanes when it comes to the repecharges, and Nelson on the outside lane. Then we come back into Craighead, Glendowie, and then we go out to Whangarei in lane number 8 and Mount Albert Grammar in lane 6. So coming through with 750 metres to go is that third and final heat of the girls under 18, third heat of the under 18 double sculls. There's one more after this. In lane 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Nina Mackay and Charlotte Charter. In lane 2, Burnside High School 1, Briar Moriarty and Sam Rankin. In lane 3, Wellington Girls College 1, Alice Thompson and Amelia Cook. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Briley Deacon and Jenna Lee Marcraft. In lane 5 is Onslow College 1, Anna Dudley and Rose Holden. In lane 6, Maclean's College 1, which is Ashley Whitaker and Emily March. In lane 7, Whangarei Girls High School 1, Amy Cody, Lily Borry. And in lane 8, it is Wakatipu High School 2 with Pippa McAtammany and Kate Woods. So Cambridge High School, Briley Deacon and Jenna Lee Marcroft, they've had a good season up north for what they have had of their season. They're out in front there in lane 4 by 3 boat lengths. Just inside of them would be Wellington Girls College. And right next to them, Burnside High School, Brian Moriarty and Sam Rankin. Then we go across to Onslow College. Then back in almost in a dead line from here, you can see Maclean's College back through to Whangarei Girls, although Wakatipu on the outside lane doing a bit better than them. But it is going to be one that goes straight through, and it's looking like Cambridge High School at this stage. Nice, handy lead from those two girls, Briley and Jenna Lee. The rest will be through the repechage. It'll just be a question of who misses out, and it might be Whangarei Girls if they stay where they are now. The rest will be repechaging. They're all starting to close up. So a big week ahead of these girls in the double. Briley Deacon, she won the under-17 girls single at North Islands just recently, and here she is rowing in the under-18 double scull. So her with the Jenna Lee, they have got a very handy lead, 4 boat lengths it would be, over Wellington Girls College down there in lane 3. Into 100 metres to go goes Wellington College, followed by Burnside, and then outside we go to Maclean's College in lane 6. But no doubt about who's going to win this one and go straight through, which will be the girls from Cambridge High School, Briley Deacon and Jenna Lee. Over the line they go now in 7:49, not too dissimilar from the previous heat. And everybody else will be going through to the repechage. So the battle comes down to, in lane 1 here, Christchurch Girls High School, but they're over the top of Whangarei Girls High School out there in lane 7. So Christchurch Girls will join the other boats ahead of them to go through to the repechage. As we go down and have a look now at the final heat now of the girls under 18 double sculls, and in it's heat 4 in lane 1, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Olivia Farrelly and Amy Harvey Green. In lane 2, Craighead Dawson School 2, Kate McKenzie and Kate Harrison. Lane 3, there is a scratching. In lane 4, it's Mount Maunganui College, Madison Shanks and Mia Finlayson. In lane 5, Hauraki Plains College 1, Rebecca Adams and Maggie Morrison. They finished second in the North Islands just recently, so they'll be there or thereabouts. In lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Meredith Lewis and Harriet Rance. In lane 7, Dawson School for Girls, Sophia Phillimore and Natalie Spillane. And in lane 8, Burnside High School number 2, which is Olivia Dawson and Charlotte Carey. So Mount Maunganui and Hauraki and Christchurch Girls High School, those three, not much between them. So it's with Mount Maunganui at this stage over Hauraki. So Mount Maunganui, Madison and Mia, they've got the advantage over the crew from Hauraki Plains, Rebecca and Maggie. And then we look at lane 6, which is Christchurch Girls High School, Meredith and Harriet. The winner goes straight through to the semi-final. And after this, we'll head into the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Four of those, and then we head into the girls under 16 single sculls. And there's the first heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls in the starting blocks. You can see there. Field there for you is in lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 2, Mackay Porter, Tyler Ufton, Tongaroa, Sven Ellis, Charlie Norton, Lewis Hawkwood as the Cox. In lane 2, St John's of Hamilton, Jamie Mills, Blake Taylor, Mason Smith, Ryland Tony, Bradley Kingma as the Cox. In lane 3, John McGlashan College 1, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe, Charlie Caron, Matthew O'Meara and Aidan Zeb as the Cox. Glendowie College 1 are in lane 4 with Luke Hulbert, Leo Audley, Fraser Smith Rice, Frank Ison, Jackson Brown as the Cox. In lane 5, Howick College number 1, Henry Calvert, Zachary Dawes, Cameron Winiata Brown, Conrad Haynes and Ava Kinnan as the cocks. Lane 6, St Patrick's College 1, George Mills, Cameron Mackay, Max Young, Eamon Ward, Luke Bockenstein is the cocks, and Christ College 1 are in lane 7, Sam Hales, George Grace, Archie Davidson, Max Howard and Jamie Burden. So that's the first heat of the boys under 16 quadruple sculls, due to go out of the blocks very shortly as we look out here to see what's happening in the last heat of the girls under 18 double sculls. And it's Mount Maunganui over Hauraki Plains just. So not much between these two boats. They've dropped off the Christchurch girls crew. But it's going to be, it looks like Mount Maunganui, Madison Shanks and Maya Finlayson down here in lane number 4, who are going to take out the spot straight through the semi-final. Being pushed by Hauraki, but they're going to run out of course. There's still half a boat length there and only about 40 metres to go. So well done to Rebecca and Maggie. To Madison and Mia for Mount Maunganui. They'll go through now. Hauraki Plains second, out to Christchurch Girls High School. Then we come back inside to Craighead. Down here in lane 1 is Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Then we go to Dawson School for Girls and out to Burnside. They've gone through in 7:47. So all comparable time-wise. And right back on track with time we are now. I think the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, the first heat is underway. There you can see the view from the camera at the 1,000 metre mark, looking back up to the start of the course as those boys start to come towards the little island on your left there, which we call Alcatraz. That's the 500 metre mark. Shirley Boys High School there on the left as you see it. Then St John's as we pan across. John McGlashan, Glendowie, Howick, St Patrick's, and then on the outside lane, lane 7, Christ College 1. So the early advantage there with John McGlashan, it would look like. And then possibly to Glendowie College 1. So we've had a couple of little technical issues to start with, but we seem to be getting onto it now. So progression here for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. The winner will go straight through to the semi-final. The rest will go to the repechage. So it looks to be clearing down the end. In fact, it's clearing right through the course. As I look down now, I can almost see the start. Not in any great detail, but you can see where the trees are. So we won't be far away, and we can pan across to the side of the lake. So we might have 4 seasons in one day. So very handy there already to John McGlashan. We should get a line as they come through as the camera pans round. Thank you to my camera assistant, or our camera assistant down there on the live stream. So John McGlashan there in lane 3. Lane 4, who look to be second, is Glendowie. Then you'll see just on the left-hand side of them is Howick College. And a very comfortable lead for them already. But it is under 16s and things can change. They're into the second half of the course. So John McGlashan from Glendowie, then Howick, and then it's St Patrick's. Out to Christ College, then we'd come back to St John's from Hamilton, and in lane 1 would be Shirley Boys High School. So just confirming the last heat 4 of the girls under 18 double sculls, Mount Maunganui College going straight through. And then second was Hauraki Plains Dawson School for Girls, Craighead Dawson, Samuel Marsden, Christchurch Girls High School 2, and then Burnside High School number 2. So John McGlashan have led this for most of the way. Their nearest challenge is going to come from Glendowie. Second heat is underway. So the second heat we can tell you in lane 1 is Christchurch Boys High School 2, Jack Bond, Ashton Taylor, Riley Jones, Danny Webb, Miles Chatter as the Cox. Lane 2, Timaru Boys High School 1, Peo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett, Blake Park and Finn Gollan as the Cox. In lane 3, Westlake Boys High School 1, Magali Fonagy, Liam Harding, Joseph Dennis, Alexander Jones, Alexander McGill the Cox. In lane 4, St Peter's School 1, Valentine Barrio Ferrogen, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman, Harrison McClintock, Alyssa Sherry, Middlemiss as the Cox. Lane 5, St Peter's College 1, Franklin Barron, Jack Whitcomb, Daniel Hyde, Toby Shanahan, Theo Wag as the Cox. In lane 6, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Seth Davis, Finn Kimster, Jesse Hubberston Kara, Lachlan Douglas and Ryan Ollington the Cox. In lane 7, St Thomas is a Canterbury 1, which is Alex Newland, Michael Zhang, Ben Hancock, Preston Kelly and Jesse Mullally. So they are into, looks about they're just approaching the 1,000 now, but approaching the 150 or 250 metres to go they go through now is John McGlashan down here in lane 3. They've just started to edge further ahead of Glendowie. There'll be a boat length and a half, remembering that the first one goes straight through the semi-final, the rest into the repechage. So Glendowie second from Howick, outside of Howick to St Patrick's College. Then we come back inside to St John's from Hamilton, outside to Christ College 1, and then down here in lane 1 will be Shirley Boys High School. But it's going to be John McGlashan who just have the one race. Boat moving nicely, enjoying this clean water. 50 metres to go and Glendowie running second. And 100 metres to go now for Howick as they come down to the line does John McGlashan. They'll get the buzzer very shortly. Straight through to the semi-final they go. Glendowie tidily finish in second, and then there'll be 4 boat lengths back to Howick, just making sure they finish ahead of St Patrick's, so they've got a better lane for the repechage. Down here in lane 2, St John's Hamilton will be heading over the line just ahead of Christ College, and then Shirley Boys High School down here in lane 1. So first heat is done of the boys under 16 quadruple sculls, and it's done in a time of 6:51. Second heat through into that second 1,000 with Christchurch Boys, Timaru Boys, Westlake Boys, St Peter's School, St Peter's College, Hamilton Boys and St Thomas's. And it's St Peter's School. Timaru Boys in lane 2 are pushing up. It doesn't look too bad for them from St Peter's School. And then outside of them, St Peter's College. Those are the 3. Hamilton Boys in lane 6. So 1 to go through. Westlake down there in lane 3, just a bit further back with Christchurch Boys down in lane 1. But it is St Peter's School. Outside them is St Peter's College, who would still be third because it's Timaru Boys in lane 2. So Timaru Boys starting to push up on St Peter's School. That's where the race is for the automatic spot to go through. They're about a boat length behind though, although they do look like they've got a quicker hand speed coming through at the moment. But St Peter's will see that and look to hold their advantage. And St Peter's College still third. Nice push coming here from Timaru Boys. St Peter's still hold the advantage as they come up to 250 metres to go. We might get the camera hopefully at the 250 metres to go and see if we can see what the difference is. Oh, look at that. There it goes. So across the line they go, and there's 2 boat length, oh, a boat length in front there for St Peter's from Timaru Boys. So they hold on to that advantage. They'll go straight through. Outside those still will be St Peter's College in third position. So 1 to go straight through, the rest into the repechage. Hamilton Boys out there in lane 6. St Thomas is a Canterbury in lane 7. on the outside there. They're probably about 3 boat lengths ahead of Hamilton Boys. Down here in lane 1, just following the field through, is Christchurch Boys High School. And inside, just ahead of them on the inside is Westlake, or outside rather. But down here into the last 50 metres to go, St Peter's finishing strongly. There's still a boat length ahead of Timaru Boys, but both these crews look strong as it comes to later in the week. St Peter's will have a rest, but Timaru Boys will be going through the repechage. So well done to St Peter's. Valentine, Jack, Joshua and Harrison, they come over the line. Well coxed there by Alyssa. Into the semi-final they go. And into the repechage will go Timaru Boys, followed by St Peter's College. Joining them will be St Thomas's on the outside, and then we have Westlake Boys just starting to finish a little bit faster than the Hamilton Boys, who are giving it everything. And then we come down to Christchurch Boys here in lane 1. So they've gone through in 6:43, so 6 seconds quicker than the previous heat. Third heat's approaching the 1,000 to go, and that's the third heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. And all starting in lane 1, St Kentigern's College, Samuel White, Bruno Tubbett, Eden Mead, Max Irwin, Oliver Walsh is the Cox. In lane 2, Wakatipu High School, number 2, Ben Hogan, Logan Notton, Josh Viana, Hugo Johnson, Ava McIntyre is the Cox. In lane 3, Marlborough Boys College 1, Blake Fitzgerald, Shane Henry, Hunter Nelson, George Lindstrom, Walter Wickham is the Cox. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Austin Plimmer, Samuel Jeffries, Gain Harbert, Ashton Coombs and George Adamson Coxing. In lane 5, McLean's College 1, Hunter Brown, Harrison Reeve, Bowen McBride, Logan Turrell with Isabella Chen guiding them down the course. In lane 6, it is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Toby Morris, Jacob Yule, Ollie Browning, Jimmy Dawson and Grayson Faulkner Coxing. And in lane 7, Wellington College 2, Thomas Fraser, Leo Cant, Fergus Prince, Luke Beaglehole Smith and Guy Hargraves. That will be the third heat as they head down now. There's 1,000 metres to go for those gentlemen. Great to be able to start to see down the complete course there. Marlborough Boys College got a handy advantage in lane 3. Outside of them is St Paul's. Then we go to McLean's. But it's right out next to them, Christchurch Boys High School 1 out there in lane 6, who have drawn up alongside the crew from Marlborough Boys College. That's the 4. Marlborough Boys College, Christchurch Boys, St Paul's and McLean's. Flanking them are Wellington College in lane 7 and St Kentigern's down here in lane 1. Still Marlborough Boys with the advantage over Christchurch Boys. We'll see more as we go through that 250. Fourth heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls is underway. You can see it there just on the live stream heading towards the 500 as we then head into the girls under 16 single sculls. But right down here it is the third heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and as Marlborough Boys College just moving a bit further ahead of the field as they come into the last 350 metres to go. Christchurch Boys second, not out of it St Paul's. Those two crews starting to close up, but they'll need to do a bit more work if they're going to catch Marlborough Boys. Otherwise they'll be straight into the repechage. So Christchurch Boys starting to move ahead of St Paul's, but still would be a boat length and a bit back. Let's see if we can get that camera angle on the 250. They're going right through there now. And there you can see Marlborough Boys just going over 250 metres to go now. 2 boat lengths ahead of Christchurch Boys, and St Paul's only half a boat length back from Christchurch Boys, but then there is daylight between them and the rest of the field, who will be heading into the repechages. But the battle is on out in front to see if Christchurch Boys can finish stronger and run over the top of Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys have got 150 to go, although that gap's being closed by Christchurch Boys, and they look to have a better run on their boat than Marlborough Boys, so it might be a tighter finish than we thought. Marlborough Boys heading down now with 120 metres to go. Their coxswain will have just looked across the left and seen Christchurch Boys starting to come through onside them. They haven't dropped St Paul's, they're staying with them. So these under-16 boys will have an exciting last few races towards the end of the week as we work out who's going to be in the final. But Marlborough boys are going to hold these fellas off in the third heat. Still with a boat length over Christchurch boys. They come down to the line now. In lane 3 they are, and over the line they go. Boat length and a half from Christchurch boys. 3/4 of a boat length over St Paul's. Then we go back down here to Wakatipu number 2 in lane 2. Out to Wellington College. We come back inside to McLean's, and then we've got St Kennigan's down here in lane 1. So 6:52. So a little bit slower than the previous heat. Just give you the fields for this fourth heat as it makes its way down. Just into the last 1,000 metres it goes now. And in lane 1 we've got Hamilton Boys High School 2, Ryan Pammett, Caleb Valla, Jack Patterson, Reese Laker and Cameron Smith coxing. Lane 2, Otago Boys High School 1, Tamati Dennison, Harrison Thode, Levi Heffernan, Archie Chittick and George Anderson the cox. In lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Oliver Hogg, Alex Schuler, Jack Hogg, Quinn Stevenson and Jack Charlton as the cox. Lane 4, Wellington College 1, Jackson Murdoch, Jack Riley, Joe McGuinness, Ty Renner and Eddie Lethbridge coxing. Takapuna Grammar 1 are in lane 5 with William Thompson, Matthew Maloney, Seb Ness, Sam Mones and Karen Kazuka and is coxing. In lane 6, Wakatipu High School 1. Xavier Small, Ashton White, Marley King Smith, his second race of the morning, Toby Rawson and Emily Howick the cox. And in lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, Keegan Piper, Ollie Eden, Albert Eden, Flynn Hutchison Ray and Daniel Cara. So in the 1,000 they come, and in Wakatipu High School out there in lane 6. Won this event at South Islands. Hamilton Boys High School down there in lane 1. And lane 2 is Otago Boys, not doing too badly. Then we come across to Cambridge High School, Wellington College, Takapuna Grammar, who would be second, or maybe third actually, but leading at the moment is that crew from Wakatipu High School with a very handy lead. Wakatipu have had a strong season down here. They'll know this course well. Out there in lane 7 is Shirley Boys High School. So Wakatipu from Otago Boys. And Takapuna Grammar would be third. So girls under 16 single scull. The first heat is underway. So 6 heats to go there. I'll bring you through the first couple, and then we've got the pleasure of the company of Kirsty Dunhall to carry on for the next couple of hours after 10 o'clock with the commentary. Great to have her down here this week helping us out and being part of the team. We learned so much from Kirsty. And Wakatipu High School down here in lane 6. They've got this one well wrapped up. Very impressive. 4 boat length lead they would have over Otago Boys High School. So they'll go straight through the semi-final. The rest will be in the repechage. So just easing off now, Wakatipu. They've done all the hard work. 50 metres to go for them. Second is still going to be Otago Boys High School. Then we go across to Takapuna Grammar in lane 5. Then it will be Cambridge High School. Then Wellington College. And outside to Shirley Boys High School. Then back inside here to Hamilton Boys number 2. So over they go, Wakatipu. They've gone through in a time of something that's different to what it shows on the screen. While we wait for that time to come through, and we'll confirm some places, we can give you the field for that first girls under 16 single scull. In lane 1, Maclean's College 2, Lily West. In lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Hannah Dicey. In lane 3, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glaholm. In lane 4, Hillcrest College 1, Ratara David. In lane 5, Burnside High School 2, Katie Mitchell. And scratching in lane 6. And then in lane 7 is Wellington Girls College number 3, Ella Clements. And in lane 8, Otago Girls High School 2, Olivia Caulfield. So 6:42 is the official time for that fourth heat of the boys under 16 Coxed Quadruple Scull. Makes it the quickest heat that went through this morning. So just confirming Wakatipu, Takapuna, Otago Boys, Cambridge, Wellington College, Shirley Boys and Hamilton Boys High School is the way it finished there. And we see these under 16 single sculls coming down the course. And Ratara David in lane 4 from Hillcrest. She's had a fairly strong season. Then we go across to Ella from Wellington Girls College. And inside of her is Katie Mitchell from Burnside. So nice to see the course clearing, and as we look across we can see a modest number of vehicles on the Great Southern Stand, camper vans and cars, no doubt following us on the live stream. If you want to save your data, you can tune into 88.3 FM and you'll get the commentary, if you want to listen to it. So through the 1,000 metres they go, this first heat of the girls under 16 single sculls. So Jemima Glayholm from Bethlehem College with an early advantage. Just inside of here is Hillcrest and Burnside. Then we go across to Ella Clements from Wellington Girls College, who is out there as well. So progression here is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the quarterfinal. The last one is eliminated and the rest go through the repechage. So while Heat 2's on its way down, I'll give you the starters in Heat 2. So Heat 1's on its way down. Heat 2, which is underway as well. Lane 1, Iona College 3, Molly Lawson. In Lane 2, Wakatipu High School 1, Olivia Bissett. In Lane 3, ACG Tauranga 1, Amber Church. In Lane 4, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Emma Spittle. In Lane 5, Roncalli College 1, Sahana Anzi Aldmans. In Lane 6, Queen's High School 1, Billy Askarad. And in Lane 7, Huani College 1, Olivia Tattersfield. So they're through now probably into the 750. They've got 1,250 to run. Heat number 1 has 750 to go. And it's Bethlehem and Hillcrest now starting to move through over Burnside and then Wellington Girls. Those are the 4. The challenge might come from Cromwell College, Hania Dicey down in lane 2. Remember, it's 4 go through to the quarterfinals. Last eliminated, the rest through to the repecharges. And just on the outside there, Olivia Caulfield from Otago Girls is just battling a wee bit in lane 8. Great conditions for these under 16 girls single scullers to come down the course and get their Māori campaign off to a start.
Can you check out at some stage when you're down there if there's more intent?
So into 250 metres to go. We've got a nice angle there as they come through the 250 metres. We can see Bethlehem College here in lane 3. That's Jemima Glayholm. She's out in front there along with Ratara David from Hillcrest in lane 4. So those two are looking like they'll go through, and joining them most likely is going to be Hannah Dicey from Cromwell College and Katie Mitchell from Burnside High School out there in lane 5. So those 4 are looking likely to go straight through the quarterfinals as they finish now. And then it will be Maclean's and Wellington Girls through to the repechage. Both girls looking very comfortable out in front. Ratara looking to finish a bit stronger, I think. She's got 100 metres to go now. She's moved ahead of Jemima from Bethlehem. And then into 100 metres to go now. Both heading there about the same time. Hannah and from Cromwell and Katie from Burnside. Those will be the 4. Over the line now in the first of these is Ratara. She takes that. Let's see what time she's gone through. Not the one that's on the computer screen, I think. We'll wait for that, and I'm sure Kirsty will be able to confirm. So coming down now to take third will be Katie Mitchell from Burnside High School. And then across there in lane 2, Hannah Dicey from Cromwell College. So those are the first 4 through. We'll wait for that proper time to come through. And as the second heat makes its way down here, I'm going to hand over now to Kirsty Dunhill, who will take you through to lunchtime and the rest of these races. And I'm sure the sun will be out by then and it will all be brilliant.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you to Ian for the first 2 hours here of day 1 of the Aon Māori Cup. How wonderful that we've got all these athletes out there racing and beautiful flat conditions, especially for these girls under 16 single scullers. So same as heat number 1 that Ian just called, the progression is first 4 through to the quarterfinal. Last place will be eliminated and those in between off to repechage. We come down now with about 100 metres to go for our leader, who is in lane number 4. That's Waitaki Girls Emma Spittle. So Ivan and Damien will be happy with the start here. And she's a good 3 lengths ahead of the other scullers all surrounding that second, third and fourth placing. Right out on the outside in lane 7, trying to hold on Olivia from Huanui, but closing in on her, we've got just out there in lane number 5 is Roncalli College. And then, so we're looking for 4th place. Will be right down on the inside in lane number 1, and that will be Iona College, Molly Lawson. She's looking to take that 4th spot. So it looks like Roncalli coming through for that second now, over the top of Huanui. And then 4th place will remain the same down here in lane number 1, Molly Lawson from Iona College. And then behind her will be coming another blue boat, and that will be lane 3 over lane 6. So ACG Tauranga over Queen's High School. And then back to the yellow boat here in lane number 2, and that is Wakatip High School, Olivia Bissett. So that is heat number 2 of the girls under 16 single scull. Heat number 1 officially won by Hillcrest High School in a time of 8:54. So that was Raitara David, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Raitara David, 8:54.47, and we just await the official time for heat number 2's winner, which was Waitaki Girls Emma Spittle, and she's coming home in a time a little bit faster than heat number 1. And we're just waiting for the official time has come through in 8:48 for Emma. So Emma, the fastest time so far of the 2 heats in the girls under 16 single. Let's go out to heat number 3 now. Just make sure we have no scratchings in that. And we are looking again for 4 to go through. Right out in the middle might be Allegra Leonard from Onslow College going quite well in lane number 4 again. So lane 4 has won both heat 1 and heat 2. Let's see if it wins heat 3. So it's Onslow College. And then maybe Hamilton Girls, Madeline Cox. She's trying to push up here. Please make sure, coaches, make sure that your athletes are rowing back up in lane 1. They're not going out to lane 2 or 3. Thank you for yelling out down there to get that person back on track. Absolutely vital for the safety of these athletes that are racing and heading back to their feeder lane. Right, Y number 4 is leading here. Onslow College, Allegra Leonard. But what can Hamilton girls do? Madeline Cox down in lane number 2. We're still looking for 4 to go through. So those two pretty comfortable at this stage. And then just over the right-hand shoulder of lane number 2 is lane number 3. That's Glendowie College, Charlotte Lawson. She's also in a qualifying position. So she'll go through to that quarterfinal. And then we are probably going out the far side with a fast finish now coming from lane number 7. And that's Burnside High School, Sam Rankin. So down to the line we come. Onslow College probably about 3 lengths clear now. 3 lengths clear of the sculler down in lane number 2, which is Hamilton Girls High School. She'll finish in second place, and she'll be a length and a half clear here of Glendowie College, Charlotte Lawton. And then we're looking for that 4th spot. Is it going to come from the outside from Burnside High School, or is it going to be lane number 5, Iona College, Hannah Ritchie? And it's going to be pretty close. I think it might be Hannah Ritchie that will go through. Yes, it will. It's going to be Hannah Ritchie that will get that 4th spot on the line there in the 3rd heat of the girls under 16 single scull. And we are still awaiting an official time for Allegra to compare to Emma Spittle and Raitara David, who won the other heats in the girls under 16 single. We can see that fog lifting now, which is great. I can actually see some crews a bit further up by the 500 or the 1500 gone. 1500 mark up the top there. It's nice to be able to see a little bit more. And we've got heat number 4 on the track. And they are well and truly into that 3rd 500. We just await the official result of heat number 3. So I'll give that to you shortly as we go out and look for the leaders of heat number 4. Cambridge High School travelling quite well out there. Isabel Murray, Josh Toa and Michelle Munro, coaches for Cambridge High School of the Sculler. Over on her far right, looks like St Hilda's Collegiate, Olivia Ollerenshaw, Mike Hill and Tarina Crampton. Official result for Allegra from Onslow College, 8:37 was her time. So she's officially going through with the fastest time at the moment. We've still got another 3 heats of the girls under 16 single to come through. But the pecking order at the moment sitting with Onslow College, Allegra Leonard, 8:37.18. So now we come to the last 250 of heat number 4 of the girls under 16 single. And we've still got Cambridge High School out on a Monday morning stroll, it would look like, as Hillcrest High tries to roll over the... St Hilda's Collegiate from Dunedin on the outside trying to roll through here. But it's still with Cambridge High School. Very low on that rating. Not getting... She's got quite a short stroke there. She looks pretty comfortable. She's sitting on 28. It's only 4 through. Just depends whether she wants to win it or not, because St Hilda's Collegiate on the outside wanting to take this win here in heat 4 of the girls under 16 single, and Cambridge High School letting her roll over the top there. So it looks like it's going to be St Hilda's over Cambridge High School at this stage. Then back to lane number 4 is Cashmere, Nina Oliver. She's sitting in 3rd place, and I don't see that changing at the moment. And then we're looking for that 4th spot to go through. You've got lane 6 at the moment, which will be Iona College, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle, Ross Webb and Nick Sy as the coaches there. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 coming down in heat 4 of the girls under 16 single at St Hilda's Collegiate. 1 length lead over Cambridge High School. 3rd place still sitting with Cashmere High School's Nina Oliver. And 4th place out there to Iona College in lane 6. First place coming down to the line now, probably just under a length now, would be St Hilda's over Cambridge High School, and then a length and a quarter back to Cashmere as she comes up to the line now. So just awaiting the official result of heat number 4 of the girls under 16 single scull. And I'll give that to you shortly. Let's go to heat number 5 of 6 heats of the girls under 16 single. And right out in the middle of the course, looks like Wellington Girls College, Emma Baggery going well there in lane number 4. And she's got quite a commanding lead here. And probably 1 or 2 pips higher than some of the others have been. So working pretty hard out there in the last probably 300 metres of her race. But she'd have a good 4-length lead, Wellington Girls. And then you go back to Maclean's College, Taylor Malcolmson. She'd be sitting in second. Again, 4 to go through to the next round. First 4 through the quarterfinals. So no doubt about Wellington Girls. Then we go back about 3 to 4 lengths to Maclean's College. Then you probably come down on the inside. You've got Otago Girls, Danielle Milne, as well as Huanui College, Esther Wigersma. Also looking to qualify, but could be a bit of a sprint here for 3rd and 4th. First and second look well and truly sewn up. No one's going to come near this Wellington Girls sculler. Great effort for an under 16. Really getting out onto that catch, not hanging around at the front. Boat staying nice and level. Has done a good job there, Emma Baggery, and her coach Maurice Maxwell. And Emma coming down with a very convincing win, probably pushing out now to nearly 4 lengths over Maclean's College, Taylor Malcolmson, who stayed in second. And then it all closes up. There's 3 scullers here going for 2 positions into 3rd and 4th. This is going to be pretty tight on the finish here. Otago Girls have gone up. So Danielle Milne has taken it up. She's trying to hold on to 3rd place. And then we've got Huanui down on the inside. And then a bit of work to be done with lane number 7. That's Samuel Marsden Collegiate. So we're down. We come to the finish. Otago Girls looking to take that 3rd place. She's going to go through. Danielle will take that 3rd spot. And then I would say it's going to be down on the inside. Esther from Huanui will get that 4th position. Confirmation of heat number 4. Official result for Olivia from St Hilda's Collegiate, 8:48.26. So fastest time still sitting with Onslow College, Allegra Leonard on 8:37. That's the fastest heat placement. One more heat to go in the girls under 16 single sculls. Then we change gear to the boys under 18 novice double. We have 2 heats of that. And then I haven't been on this morning, but I'm going to guess we've got the first 8 of the day coming up. The boys under 17 Cox State. Really looking forward to that. And I'd say those 8s will be up by the start, getting all prepared for their clash. Okay, last heat of the girls under 16 single coming down. They are inside the last 500. And let's go out to the middle of the course. Maybe Craighead Diocesan, Nadia Vandenbosch, Coach Dean Milne. So fantastic effort here from Craighead. Again, 4 to go through. So just outside of Craighead is Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College. Right down on the inside. She would probably be just a little bit behind the sculler down on the inside. Wellington Girls, Lily Bellevue, Catherine Duffin, the coach. So Catherine, looks like Lily sitting in second there. First place still with Nadia from Craighead Diocesan. So looking for 4 to go through. So Craighead looking good. She'd have probably about 2.5, 3 lengths now over Wellington Girls College down in lane number 1. Then you come out to Ashburton College in lane 5. She's trying to put some pressure on Wellington Girls. Those 3 looking pretty good. And then you've got a little bit of a race here for 4th spot. You might go out to Barradine College, Georgia McDermott. Or trying to push up Cashmere High School's Emily Paulson, but she would be definitely in 5th at the moment. Through the 100, Craighead Dawson coming. She's held on. Nadia Vandenbosch looking really smooth here. Not missing anything at the front. Great effort from these young under 16 girls in a single. 34.5 for her. Closing the gap, but only because she's letting her, is second place in lane 5. And that is Ashburton College, Sophie Gibson. So she's now just about a length and 3/4, 2 lengths behind Craighead, who go across the line. And then still in second place, Ashburton College. Down on the inside, Wellington Girls, Lily will take 3rd. And then we're looking for that 4th spot now, which will be over in lane 6, Barradine's Georgia McDermott. Just having a look at the heat time for heat 5, officially 8:34. Oh, we have a fastest time setter now. So that's eclipsed Onslow College. Onslow was the fastest before that on 8:37. And 8:34 was Emma Baggery from Wellington Girls. So let's see how heat 6 goes from Craighead. But leading time now sits with Wellington Girls College. Emma Baggery on 8:34. So we just await the official result of heat number 6. The girls under 16 single, won by Nadia Vandenbosch from Craighead Diocesan. On your screen now is the boys under 18 novice double scull, heat number 1. We see that there's a scratching from St Andrews College and from Mount Albert Grammar also. So we should have Burnside, John McGlashan, Wakatip High School, Hamilton Boys High School, St John's from Hamilton, and Marlborough Boys College number 2. Progression here is first only to the A final. Ouch. Official time for Nadia from Craighead, 8:40. 8:40 was the time from Craighead. So that puts her right in the mix there for those quarterfinals, which will come up later on in the week. Let's go back to the boys under 18 novice double sculls. You can see on your live stream there, well and truly fast approaching the last 500. Boys under 18 novice double sculls, we have 2 scratchings, lane 1 and 8. So St Andrews College number 1 and Mount Albert Grammar number 1 are not racing. So let's go out and see who's leading this first heat. And it is only first through, second through to 8. So the rest of this heat 1 will go through to repechage. And it looks like it's the boys from Wakatip High School, Xavier Small and Keegan Green. So John Morrison will be happy with this. Wakatip with a clear advantage here over the rest of the field in heat 1 of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Only first to go through to the A final, so we are not going to jinx it and say anything will change from here. These boys sculling very, very well indeed. It doesn't overly matter where you come second through to 8 because all will go through to repechage. But just for the sake of the live stream, we'll go and have a look at who is sitting in that second place. And Hamilton Boys High School, Sam Gordon and Alex Cooper going quite well. And then down on the inside, looks like Burnside High School as well, sitting in 3rd place. So down comes Wakatip. Wakatip going really well. I think I saw an under 16 quarter there's a bit earlier. Down to the 250 mark, these two boys go through now. And they know they've got this sewn up. They're sitting pretty comfortable and just doing everything sensible to get them through to that next stage, which will be the exciting A final, I'm assuming on maybe Friday for these boys. And I'm sure they'll have other events to participate in today or tomorrow, other heats. So good start here from the Wakatip boys, under 18 novice double scull. Very clean for novices. They'd have a good 2.5 boat length lead. Probably extending that now over Hamilton Boys High School, who have sewn up that second position. So it's Wakatip from the south, Hamilton Boys from the north. And then outside of Hamilton Boys High School, you'd have St John's from Hamilton. And then right down on the inside would be lane number 2. And that's the lads from Burnside High School. So over the line comes Wakatip, probably 2 more strokes. They'll take a comfortable win here in heat number 1. And they go straight through, the only crew straight through to the A final of this event. Hamilton Boys High School will go through to repechage, and they would have a couple of lengths lead over St John's from Hamilton. We'll just wait for the official time to come up for these boys. And you can see on the live stream the finish there of this first heat. 1,000 metre there is heat number 2 of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Looks like we've got 2 scratchings in lanes 7 and 8. So we don't have Shirley Boys High School number 1, and we don't have Hamilton Boys High School number 2. So we should have St John's Hamilton number 2, Maclean's College 1, Marlborough Boys College 1, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Whakatane High School number 1, St Kevin's College 1, and that is the lineup for heat number 2 of the boys under 18 novice double. I give it to St Paul's Collegiate at the moment. This one perhaps not as clear cut as the last race, but St Paul's still sitting in the number 1 position, looking good for that A final at the moment. Just over the left hand shoulder, Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella from Marlborough Boys College. But I was going to say a bit of work to do, but they haven't. They've put the accelerator on, and I think St Paul's Collegiate just keeping an eye on Marlborough Boys, because Marlborough Boys are about 2 or 3 points higher on rating than St Paul's Collegiate. So this lead could change if St Paul's don't change gear shortly, because here comes Marlborough Boys College. Marlborough Boys are not letting them have this win. They're not letting them have it easy. Now St Paul's Collegiate go. Now they change gear. So only one will go through to the A final. The rest of these boys crews will go through to the repechage. But Marlborough Boys keeping St Paul's Collegiate really under the hammer here. This is a good race. St Paul's have responded. I was starting to wonder if they were going to, but they have lengthened out and they've responded well. So they have kept an eye on Marlborough Boys. Over on the far side, that's St Kevin's College, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodsir. They are sitting in 3rd position, but St Paul's Collegiate have countered that move from Marlborough Boys, and down we come close towards the probably about 280 left to go here in heat number 2 of the boys under 18 novice double scull. Heat number 1 won by Wakatip Boys, Wakatip High School, green and small. Their time was 7:18:47. 7:18:47. So here we go. Here comes Marlborough Boys. Look on the outside. Look at the charge coming. Oh, great effort from lane number 6, I beg your pardon. The boys from St Kevin's also wanting to go through St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's under all sorts of pressure here in heat number 2 of the boys under 18 novice double. Lead is still sitting with the green boat from St Paul's Collegiate and Hamilton. Oh, geez, they've really maintained some discipline in that crew, because it's coming from St Kevin's and Marlborough Boys. But St Paul's Collegiate, excuse me, will take it out by about half. Oh, they just stopped. Why did they stop before the line? Oh my goodness, don't do that again, lads. Jeepers. Whew. I think St Paul's might have still won it, but gosh, if it had been 1 stroke closer, one of those other crews would have pipped them. Oh, that was dangerous, that one. Got a bit of a break now till about 10:37 before heat 1 of the boys under 17 Cox Date. So looking forward to that. Just want to see if someone on the line might have seen that a bit better than me, but just see if St Paul's Collegiate did take that win, as the last couple of crews come down to the line now. So official time of heat number 1 was Wakatip High School in 7:18. Official time, no, it hasn't come up yet. Hamilton boys were second, as we saw. And we're just waiting for the official time. St Paul's Collegiate did win it in 7:24. Geez, by the skin of your teeth, lads. Don't stop on the line again. Right, we break before the boys under 17 Cox 8. And then following that will be the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. 4 heats of that. And then looking forward to the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. So some great racing to come up shortly. We can see heat 1 of the boys under 17 Cox State currently sitting in the blocks nice and quietly. And we'll just see whether Justin and his starting team let them go a few minutes early or not. So we've got time to read the lineup of this race, which I think will be quite exciting considering only 2 will go directly through to the A final. And in lane number 2, Mount Albert Grammar, number 1. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School, number 1. Lane 4, St Bede's College, number 1. Lane 5, Westlake Boys High School, number 1. Lane 6, Christ College, number 1. Lane 7 is St Andrews College, number 1. So this is going to be a cracker of a race, this one. And they will come down very quickly indeed. So 2 heats of the boys under 17 Cox State. I'd say it'll be all guns blazing at least through to that 1,000 metre mark, and then what will be will be. So 6 crews in the boys under 17 Cox State heat 1, 2 to go directly to A final. And I see in lane number 7 is St Andrews College number 1. And I've just been told by someone today, George Rutledge, if the St Andrews team is out there, happy 21st birthday to you. And I hope that your team goes very well today. So happy birthday to George Rutledge. Happy 21st. And I'm sure the St Andrews team will celebrate with you later on. And maybe today with some good results out on the water for you. So boys are all sitting up here. Looks like they may get underway 1 or 2 minutes. So they're under the 2-minute watch now. 10:35, due to get underway at 10:37. So boys under 17-8 ready to go. And let's have a quick look. So again, the lineup: Mount Albert Grammar, I beg your pardon, lane 2, Shirley Boys in lane 3, St Bede's College in lane 4, Westlake Boys High School 5, Christ College in 6, St Andrews College in 7, and the light is on and they're away. We have a start in the boys under 17-8, heat number 1. Just looking at St Bede's College, gone out on 42. Just beside them is Westlake Boys High School from up in the North Island. They are neck and neck with St Bede's. They're on 42 as well. So it's the 3 in the middle, St Bede's, Westlake Boys and Christ College, that have gone out together. 2 to go through to the A final. Boys under 17 Coxgate, heat number 1. And I'd still go probably just with St Bede's at the moment. Westlake Boys, Christ College together. Early days, not quite down to the 500. And hopefully we'll get another angle as they get a bit further down. But those 3 schools were definitely the quickest out of the blocks. Can see heat 2 coming in now. Can see Auckland Grammar's boat turning. And they'll be coming down to the 500. Probably a bit too early for me to pick them up now. So the lead's still sitting at the moment with St Bede's College from Christchurch. St Bede's are still leading heat number 1. Who is sitting in that second position? Two crews inside of them going quite hard at the moment. Shirley Boys, Mount Albert Grammar putting in some big moves. Lane 2 and 3 working hard to not let St Bede's row away. Then over to Westlake Boys. Christ College sitting with Westlake Boys. Then back a little. St Andrews just at the moment. So down they come towards the 1,000 metres. You can probably see on your live screen now. This is heat number 1 of the boys under 17 Coxgate. Let's have a look at some of these ratings that they're doing as they come through. So 2 to go through the A final. Still sitting out in the centre, all settling down onto the race pace now. 34-35. Would have thought it might be a pip or two high, but they do look pretty comfortable. 35. Only half a length now between Christ College and Westlake Boys. In fact, less than that, probably only about 3 seats. Christ College 3 seats over Westlake Boys. So pretty close here into that third 500. That's where the race is going to come at the moment. Who's going to go through to second place into the A final? So it's definitely St Bede's. St Bede's from Christchurch dominating the boys under 17-8. Christ College have done a move on Westlake Boys now. They've gone out to 3 to 4 seats. Westlake Boys going to have to climb back into this if they want to go directly into the A final. So first and second currently sitting with St Bede's, Christ College, Westlake Boys. Then over on the outside finally moving St Andrews. Back down on the inside to Shirley Boys, then Mount Albert Grammar. That's the boys under 17-8, heat number 1. Heat 2 in the blocks, ready to go. And down we come. Let's see if Westlake can climb back onto Christ College. Christ College have put in a big move, about 1,100 through. And it is St Bede's still holding on to the lead here in the boys under 17-8 as they come down to the all-important sprint if they need it. And one of these crews will need it because St Bede's have got clear water here. They are sitting on 34. St Bede's sitting on 34 now with Clearwater advantage over Christ College. Then you've got Westlake Boys back inside to Shirley Boys, Mount Albert Grammar and St Andrews. Boys under 17 Cox State, Heat 1 coming down towards the last 250. Heat 2 are racing. Heat 2 are out of the blocks. We'll bring that to you shortly. And it is quite clearly now. It is St Bede's in first, Christ College in second. Westlake trying to climb back, but College have gone out to a length, 3/4 of a length now over Westlake. Then you come down inside to Shirley Boys. Then you go inside of them to Mount Albert Grammar and over to St Andrews. Closing stages of heat number 1, boys under 17 Cox State. It's St Bede's. St Bede's from Christchurch. Christ College from Christchurch. And that beautiful Empacker out there. Christ College trying to pull them back in. Westlake still sitting in third position. Then over to St Andrews, trying to pull up over the top here of Shirley Boys. Down we come to the last 100. St Bede's aren't going to get caught from here. They have still Clearwater over Christ College. Westlake still sitting in third place. And down we come towards the line. St Bede's are going to take a centre lane in the A final of the boys under 17 Cox State. Very smooth, these boys out to the catch. They probably have about 4 strokes to go. They've got a 1 length lead over Christ College. Christ College about 2 points higher on rating. And over they go, 35.5 for Bede's. Then you get Christ College in second. Westlake take third. And then over the outside to St Andrews, back into Shirley Boys, and then down to Mount Albert Grammar. So just while we await the official result of the boys under 17 Cox State Heat 1, we'll go to Heat number 2. We've got Christ College number 2 in lane 2. St Bede's College number 2, lane 3. Hamilton Boys High School number 1, lane 4. Auckland Grammar 1, lane 5. And Wellington College number 1, lane 6. So that is the lineup of the 5 crews in the boys under 17 Cox State Heat number 2. Just waiting for St Bede's official time. We will give that to you shortly. It's Hamilton Boys High School currently over Auckland Grammar. In heat number 2, down they come towards the 1,000 metre mark. Hamilton Boys High School leading Auckland Grammar here. First 2 through to the A final for the boys under 17 Cox State. Coming up through the marker that is up down by the up at the 1,000 metre mark. And it is Hamilton Boys High School in the red boat, just over their right-hand shoulder. That's Auckland Grammar in the yellow. Through they go now. There, 1, 2, about 2 second lead there, if that, over Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar 4 seats back. So first 2 to go through. And then you come down to Christ College number 2. Out to St Bede's College number 2, and then over to Wellington College number 1. That's how heat number 2 of the boys under 17-8 comes down through the third 500. Official time of the boys under 17-8 heat 1. St Bede's College 6:09.18. Christ College were 3.87 seconds behind them, and a further 6.39 seconds back to Westlake Boys. So 6:09.18 were St Bede's. And we are currently watching Hamilton Boys clearing out there from Auckland Grammar now. Auckland Grammar trying to pull them back in. Just have a look at the rating through this third 500. So we've got 36.5 for Hamilton Boys. Auckland Grammar over their right-hand shoulder, trying not to let them go. They're sitting on 36 as well, so very similar in the rating between the two schools. Just a bit more punch, a bit more send in the Hamilton Boys boat. And we'll see how they go. It could be a 2 red boat, 2 red shirt A final here, St Bede's versus Hamilton Boys. That could be the way it's going to go on Friday. So Hamilton Boys and Auckland Grammar over Christ College number 2. Hamilton boys clearing out here as they come down towards the last 250 of heat number 2 of the boys under 17 Cox State. Looking very smooth, well in command. Coxon and the Hamilton boys crew, Cameron Nasser doing really well here. Bruce Holden and Caleb Shepherd. 2 great coaches, good experience there with this team. So no great surprise that they are leading home this race. Christ College trying to put Auckland Grammar under some pressure here. The Christ College number 2 crew working well. Boys under 17-8 coming down with about 180 to go. It's still Hamilton Boys High School, Auckland Grammar, Christ College number 2 in their tandem rig. Auckland Grammar also with a tandem there. Hamilton boys going up to 37 here. They've got a length and a quarter over Auckland Grammar as they come down to the line. Hamilton boys will take out heat number 2 of the boys under 17-8. Auckland Grammar a length and a quarter back into second place. Christ College number 2 a length and a half back from them. And then we go out to St. Bede's number 2 and over to Wellington College. So Hamilton boys home. They are in a slightly slower time than St. Bede's, but I'll give that to you officially once that comes up on my screen for you. Hamilton boys in first place, Auckland Grammar in second, and Christ College number 2 in third. You're just seeing the last 2 crews come across the line there. St. Bede's College number 2, and then over on the outside lane 6 is Wellington College number 1. So just confirming, heat number 1 was St. Bede's College number 1, 6:09.18. And then Christ College in second, their number 1 crew, 3.87 seconds behind. And then 6.39 seconds back was Westlake Boys in third. Just awaiting the official result from Hamilton Boys, Auckland Grammar and Christ College number 2. As you see on your live screen, heat 1 of the girls under 17 quad going through the 1,000 metre mark. And we officially can tell you that Hamilton boys came home in a time of 6:13.82. So fastest time sitting with St. Bede's going into that A final on Friday. Right, let's switch to the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. We have 4 heats of this to come down the course. We're looking for first into the semi-final. Last place will be eliminated. Those in between go to repechage. We have Villa Maria in lane 1, Christchurch Girls number 1 in lane 2, St. Andrews College number 1 in lane 3, Craighead Diocesan 1 in 4, Diocesan School for Girls number 1 in 5, St. Kennigan College number 1 in 6, Wanganui High School number 1 in 7, and Cambridge High School number 1 in lane 8. So Diocesan School for Girls and St. Andrews are battling it out for number 1. Sitting with Diocesan in Auckland, Diocesan School for Girls, Imogen, Alexandra, Isabel, Rosie, Sophie. And then the St. Andrews crew also doing really well down in lane number 3, St. Andrews College from Christchurch. Sophie, Amy, Freddie, Georgia and Isabel Forsey the coxswain. St. Andrews now looking pretty strong here in this coming down to the last 500. St. Andrews College looking good to go through to the semi-final. You just don't want to be that last placed crew, which spells elimination. The rest will live to see another day. So St. Andrews doing really well here. May have got that angle wrong earlier. St. Andrews looking very strong onto the catch there. Nice body positions from these girls as they place those blades. And they're not missing much water there. So St Andrews coming down, looking pretty strong over Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland. Right down on the inside, Villa Maria pushing up. So good work here from Sophie McNee, Amy Hughes, Freddie Todd Hunter, Georgia Thompson, and Isabel Forsey, the coxswain. Keep an eye on the outside. Is that Cambridge High School trying to push up as well? Oh, they're looking quite strong as well. Cambridge High School, based right down the finish line end of Lake Karapiro in Cambridge. The local girls up there doing well. Let's have a look at their rating, 36. Cambridge High School really charging on the outside. They might be putting St Andrews into a repechage here. So it's Cambridge High School down to the 100. And St Andrews with some work to do because Cambridge High School got some really nice boat run out there on the outside as they come down with 60 to go. 60 metres to travel, and it is Cambridge High School on the outside. St Andrews now sitting in second place. And Cambridge High School out there in lane number 8 are going to take this win. And they are going to go through to the semi-final. Well done, Cambridge High School. Just on a length clear of St Andrews. And then Auckland Diocesan through for third. Heat 2 of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls through the 1,000 metre mark you can see on the live stream there. We're looking at King's College in lane 1, that's their number 1 crew. Glendale College number 2 in lane 2. Columba College number 1 lane 3. Wakatip High School number 1 lane 4. St Peter's School Cambridge in lane 5, their number 1 crew. Cromwell College 1 and 6 and Westlake Girls High School 1 and 7. Again, 1 to go through to that semi-final. And it's the ladies from Wakatip High School. Phoebe, Olivia, Neve, Keeley and Emily Howick. They are looking very strong here in the 4th 500. Closing stages of the girls under 17 quad heat number 2. Official time of heat number 1, Cambridge High School, 7:29.92. And then 2.3 seconds back, 2.30 seconds back, St Andrews College, and another 4.91 seconds back to third place, Diocesan School for Girls. So well done, Cambridge High School. Great race out there in lane number 8 of Heat 1 in the girls under 17 quad. Down here we have Wakatip going really well. Just inside of them is Columba College from Dunedin. Jendi, Bridget, Millie, Laura and Isabella. They are sitting in second place, but that is going to put them into the repechage. Need to win it to go through directly to the semis, and that is sitting currently with Wakatip. But here comes Columba trying to put them under pressure. Wakatip just lengthened out about 3 strokes ago, which was good to see. Wakatip with the urgency now because Columba have taken their rating up 2 or 3 points. If they keep that length, they could roll over here, but I think Wakatip have done the right thing. They've kept their length, pushed out nice and long, and they have managed to hold off that challenge for Columba. St. Peter's School from Cambridge, they are sitting in third position. St. Peter's sitting in third. Outside of St. Peter's is Cromwell. And then down inside to King's College. Down we come now. 1 length clear is the girls from Wakatip. Wakatip holding on to that lead over Columba. These two will have raced each other all season. They know what to expect. But Wakatip a bit more urgent on that rating now. And they are 1 length clear as they come to the line ahead of Columba College from Dunedin. Third place still with St. Peter's School from Cambridge. And then outside of them, Cromwell College in lane 6. Then we come back inside to King's College from Auckland. Glendowie, number 2, are in lane 2. And then over outside of them are the girls from Westlake in Auckland in lane 7. So I understand Cambridge that won heat number 1. They were the bronze medalists up at the North Island Secondary Schools. Glendowie, number 1, and Pukekohe were gold and silver. And I think Pukekohe coming up now. And then Glendowie will feature in heat number 4, their number 1 crew. So let's see how they go. So we're just waiting for that official result from heat 2. Wakatip come home. And the time is 7:27:33. So they are faster by 2 seconds over Cambridge High School. And we'll go out to heat number 3 now. And we're looking for St Hilda's Collegiate from Dunedin, Whangarei Girls High School. No need to tell you where they're from. Pukekohe High School, Auckland. Lane 4, Takapuna Grammar from Auckland. Nelson College for Girls, Cambridge High School, and Queen Margaret College. So Tim's girls doing well here. Nelson trying to hold on. Inside of them looks like Pukekohe. Now Pukekohe, I mentioned, were the silver medalists up north. But Nelson hanging on here. Madeline, Sky, Emily, Alexis and Ruby, the coxswain. So it's the girls from Nelson hanging on here. Heat number 3 of the girls under 17 quad. First through to semi-final. And all the last place will be eliminated. Those in between through to repechage. So Nelson still holding on here. Pukekohe trying to close up. Also on the outside, Queen Margaret College and Cambridge High School number 2. As Nelson come down inside the 250, well inside. And they're fast approaching that last 100 metre mark. So Nelson looking good to take the win here through to the semi-final. They are currently going to join Cambridge High School and Wakatip High School. And Nelson have a length and a quarter now over Pukekohe. Pukekohe still holding on to second place. But here come Cambridge number 2. And outside of them, Queen Margaret College in lane 7. Nelson nice and smooth out onto that catch. And they go. They've got a length and a half now. A comfortable win to Nelson as they come down to the line. They will take that win over Pukekohe. Pukekohe will stay second. And then it's just that little race between Cambridge High School and Queen Margaret on the outside for that third place. So last few crews finishing up here. And the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls heat number 3. One only through to the semi-final. That's going to be Nelson College for girls. Just awaiting the official time for them to come through. And that should pop up very shortly. And on your live stream there you can see heat number 4 have gone into that third 500, I beg your pardon, and fast approaching the last 500 metres of heat number 4. So heat number 4, we're looking for Marlborough Girls in lane 1, Hamilton Girls in lane 2, Otamotai in lane 3, Otago Girls High School lane 4, Glendowie College number 1 lane 5, St Andrews College number 2 lane 6, and Diocesan School for Girls number 2 lane 7. One only into that semi. Oh, this is a good race. We have Otago Girls and Glendowie. And I would say it's in that order at the moment. It's Otago Girls over Glendowie as they come down, looking to take that first place into the semi-final. Official time for Nelson College for Girls, 7:33:52. So fastest time currently sitting with Wakatip High School, 7:27. 7:29 for Cambridge High School, 7:33 for Nelson. And we are currently looking at Otago Girls, Sophie, Maggie, Islay and Harriet, with Emily Esplin, the coxswain, Mike Goldsmith and Matt Thompson, the coaches. And these girls would have about a length and a quarter over Glendowie, at least. And Glendowie could shortly be under pressure. Down on the inside here. Hamilton Girls trying to push up. But no, they're still firmly in third. So it's Glendowie in second. Otago Girls clear water here in heat number 4. So it's lane 4 over lane 5 as we come down in the last 250 of the girls. Under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Otago Girls leading the charge here over Glendowie College from Auckland. They're sitting in second place. Then we come down to third place. Down on the inside, it is lane number 2. That's Hamilton Girls High School. And then inside of them is Marlborough Girls College in 4th position. Otago Girls now a length and probably just on a length really now over Glendowie College, who were the North Island champions. And Otago Girls will go through a semi-final. Most of the others through to repechage. And unfortunately could be the end of the day, either for Diocesan or lane number 3, which is Otamotai. Let's see who comes over that line. Oh, it's quite close for last place there. So that rounds out the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. We're moving into one of my favourite events next, the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. We have got 3 heats of that with 2 to go through the A final. probably pays to mention there's probably about half an hour. We don't have the boys under 18 quad till 11:21. But looking forward to that. St John's from Hamilton, Auckland Grammar, St Peter's College, Hauraki Plains, Shirley Boys and St Kennigan. Ready to go again, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of minutes to go. And the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls, one of our premier events here at the Aon Māori Cup. And we are looking for 2 to go through to the A final, rest into repechage. They should be round about now under the 2-minute warning to race start. So let's have a look at the roll call. We've got St John's from Hamilton in lane number 2. Auckland Grammar number 1 in lane 3. St Peter's College from Auckland in lane 4. Hauraki Plains College number 1 lane 5. Shirley Boys High School number 1 lane 6. And St Kennigan College number 1 lane 7. So there's 6 crews in Heat 1 of the boys under 18 quad. And we are looking for 2 only into A final. Right, the yellow light is flashing. So the boys will be under roll call now, and they are underway. In Heat 1 of the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls, racing for the Trevor Coker Memorial Shield. Amazing, massive shield that we had the pleasure of looking after in the last year down in Dunedin at Otago Boys High School. So let's see how things unfold in a few moments' time in Heat 1 of the boys under 18 quad. I can tell you up north that Hauraki and St Peter's both medals in this event, and they are side by side in this heat. Hauraki Plains were the gold medalist, St Peter's silver, and St Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton were bronze, and they will be racing in Heat 2 of the boys under 18 quad. So Heat 1 on the track now. Stunning conditions here on Ruataniwha. Nice and flat for these premier scullers of the school grade. And let's see how they settle down as they come up towards the first 500. So they will move pretty quickly. We've got 3 heats of the boys under 18 quad, and then we move into another premier event on the school program, the girls under 18 Coxless Peror. So lots of great racing coming up here. Once the boys under 16 Coxed 4 has been called, Ian will be up for the girls under 16 8 at midday, and he'll take you through for the next 2 hours of commentating. So boys under 18 quad, Heat 1 are on the track. Let's see how this pans out. 2 to go directly through to the A final. Good start from good start from Auckland Grammar, but they're all closing up now. Just outside of Auckland Grammar, that's St Peter's College from Auckland, who we battled with last year at the Māori Cup. So great scullers out there. St Peter's College, Auckland going quite well. This is heat number 1 of the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls. We have 3 heats to go through. And then we've got the girls under 18 pair, and then the boys under 16 Cox 4. So still St Peter's Auckland, Auckland Grammar and Hauraki Plains. That's your 1, 2, 3 currently contesting 2 spots directly into the A final of the boys under 18 quad. St Peter's College crew from Auckland, Tom, Shay, Owen, Xavier and Benjamin Howard as the coxswain, Harry Malloy and Sam Jackson the coaches. And you can see them there at the 1,000 metre mark. Through they go. Hauraki Plains doing a big push now. Hauraki going with them. Hauraki sitting up there with St Peter's College. And the Hauraki Plains crew, Matthew Fraser, Ethan, Lucas and Rian Ball the coxswain. And it did say up in the North Island that Hauraki got the better of St Peters. So let's see how this pans out as they come down towards the 500. I'd still say St Peters have got the roll here. They've got the hand on first place. Hauraki having another go. These two have really left everybody else behind. So it's St Peters and Hauraki Plains, both from the North Island. And they have well and truly cleared out on the rest of the field. If you're looking for third place, probably going back to Auckland Grammar in the yellow boat down there in lane number 3. But it is St Peters. St Peters College over Hauraki Plains. That's your 1-2. And 2 of them to go into the A final. So let's see. Hauraki won up north, but looks like St Peters will come back for revenge today. St Peters clearing out now. St Peters clearing out to Clearwater over Hauraki Plains as they come down towards the last 250 here of Heat 1 and the boys under 18 Cox Quad. Just saw the 3-seat of the Hauraki Plains crew just look over. Have a quick look at where that St Peters crew was going. They've just decided to take their rating up maybe and just have a little crack at them. But I think they're going to leave their charge a bit late because St Peters can respond whenever they want here. They've got that Clearwater advantage. And St Peters are going to take a fairly comfortable win here in Heat 1 of the boys under 18 quad. Second place is going to be Hauraki Plains College out in lane number 5 with those orange blades. Going to come back to Auckland Grammar in lane 3, but they'd be a good 3.5 lengths back over to St Kennigan College in lane 7. Back down on the inside to St John's from Hamilton, and then over to Shirley Boys High School. So down we come to the line. Clearwater here for St Peters College. They will have about 6-7 strokes left to go, and they will be 1 length clear of Hauraki Plains. That'll be your 1-2 into the A final of the boys under 18 quad. So on your live stream there, you can see the finish. That's St Peters crossing now. And just behind them, that's Hauraki Plains. And now coming into view is Auckland Grammar. That angle just a little bit hard to read, but I can assure you it's Auckland Grammar over St Kennigan. It's Auckland Grammar sitting in third. And they're probably about 3/4 of a length over St Kennigan College on the outside. And St John's finishing fast. And then tailing at the back there, Shirley Boys out in lane number 6. So we'll just wait for that official result to come through from St Peters College. Heat 2 is into the third 500, so we'll go to them shortly. So heat number 2 coming down now is Christ College number 1, St Paul's Collegiate number 1, Marlborough Boys College 1, Otago Boys High School 1, St Peter's School Cambridge 1, and Burnside High School 1. And it's the boys, the Bumblebees from Hamilton, St Paul's Collegiate, Connor, Levi, Logan, Riley, George McIntosh, the coxswain, Martin and Bruce, the coaches. And it is St Paul's Collegiate with a handy lead at the moment over Marlborough Boys. So that is looking fairly clearly to me to be the 1-2 into the A final of heat number 2. Official result, we are still waiting for St Peters College Auckland's time to come through. But pretty clearly out in the front there, you can see is St Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton in lane 3. Over their right-hand shoulder, probably a length and 3/4 back, nearly 2 lengths back now, would be Marlborough Boys College in lane 4. Then you would swing over to St Peter's School from Cambridge in lane 6. Official time for heat number 1, St Peter's College Auckland, 6:40.68. So down we come inside 100 metres to go for St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate a length and 3/4 over Marlborough Boys. That's your 1-2 going into the A final of heat number 2 of the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls. And St Paul's Collegiate got some really nice run through their boat at the finish there. And they are sending that quite nicely, covering any move that Marlborough Boys might be making over St Peter's from Cambridge. And that's your 1-2-3 to the line. So St Paul's will take a handy win. They are going to line up right beside St Peter's College in the A final. Second place, Marlborough Boys. They will go to A final as well. And they'll be sitting on the other side, I would say, of Hauraki Plains College. And St Peter's from Cambridge are off to the repechage. So we just wait the official result of heat number 2 of the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Go out to heat number 3 of the quad. Shirley Boys not featuring in lane number 7. We have Tauranga Boys College number 1 in lane 2, Wellington College 1 and 3, Timaru Boys High School 1 and 4, Kashmere High School 1 and 5, and John McGlashan College 1 and 6. 2 to go through to A final. And we just await the official result of heat number 2. And that comes through now. St Paul's Collegiate go through in a time of 6:37, 6:37.92. And that is about 3 seconds faster than St Peter's College. Heat number 3 on the track now. And let's go out and have a look at who is leading this one home. Oh, good race. Timaru Boys and John McGlashan. And then just inside of them, that might be the Kashmere Boys. So those, it looks like South Island domination here, trying to get into the A final. No doubt about Timaru. Timaru Boys High School number 1. Josh, Ben, William, Sam, Finn Gollin, the coxswain, Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison, the coaches. And it is Timaru Boys High School number 1 leading home. Heat number 3, the final heat of the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls. John McGlashan trying to push up on Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys keeping an eye out, rowing just a little bit longer, a little bit stronger through this last 100. John McGlashan looking a bit more urgent, but it is still with Timaru Boys. Down we come towards the finish. It's going to be Timaru Boys number 1 over John McGlashan. John McGlashan probably about 3/4 of a length to a length behind Timaru. Then you go back about 2.5 boat lengths to Kashmere. Kashmere sitting in 3rd place. They're off to the repechage. Back inside of them, you would come to Wellington. Wellington College, they'd be sitting in 4th place. And then back a couple of lengths to Tauranga Boys in lane 2. So the win will go to Timaru. Timaru Boys High School take that win. And looks like the fastest time so far sitting with St Paul's Collegiate. So that will wrap up the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Right, let's change pace now to one of our other premier events on the Aon Māori Cup program, the girls under 18 Coxless Pair, heat 1 of 2, and we are looking for one only through to the A final. Ouch, that's brutal. So we're looking for Marlborough Girls Column in lane 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Olivia Leask and Tessa Norman in lane 2, St Margaret's College number 1, Grace Farrell, Gemma Burrows in lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Phoebe and Alice Wallace in lane 4. Lane 5, St Peter's School number 1, Chloe Chalice, Samantha Eden. Lane 6, Nelson College for Girls, Gemma Mead, Jessie Brown. And lane 7, Mount Albert Grammar number 2, Sitai Satoga and Carice Healy. This is girls under 18 Cox's Pair heat number 1. And it's St Margaret's over Rangiruru, over St Peter's. That's your 1, 2, 3. St Margaret's looking pretty commanding here. Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows leading heat number 1 of the girls under 18 pair. They have clear water over Phoebe and Alice Wallace from Rangiruru. From there, you go over the right-hand shoulder to the girls from St Peter's and Cambridge, Chloe Chalice and Samantha Eden. That's your 1, 2, 3 right now in the girls under 18 pair. But St Margaret's out to a pretty commanding lead here. Crews down on the inside trying to push up on St Peter's School from Cambridge. So looking at Marlborough Girls and Wanganui Collegiate. But no doubt about St Margaret's. St Margaret's looking really strong here as they come down towards the 250. And they'll be pushing out on about 3 lengths now. Rangiruru still in second place. So 1 only directly into the A final, 2 through 8 go to repechage. So St Margaret's looking very strong here, Grace and Gemma. Let's have a wee look at the rating that these ladies are doing as they come through. The Phoebe and Alice Wallace from Rangiruru number 1. They're sitting firmly in second place. But you can see the flow on that St Margaret's boat. That's humming along really nicely as they come down, with not far to go at all. They will take the win. They're inside the 250. They will go into a centre lane in the A final on Friday, no doubt about that. And Rangiruru will hold on to that second place. And St Peter's at this stage still holding on to third. So Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows, coached by Chris Everett, with a very handy lead here through the 100. And that's St Margaret's number 1. Beautiful position into that catch. No check on the boat, just letting it run really nicely around that turn there at the finish. So well done, St Margaret's. Beautiful rowing. And Rangiruru trying to push away there from St Margaret's, but probably a similar distance ahead of St Peter's as they are behind St Margaret's, who come to the line now. So that'll be your 1, 2, 3. St Margaret's nearly 2 lengths clear of Rangiruru, nearly 2 lengths clear of St Peter's from Cambridge. Back down to Marlborough Girls in 4th place, down here in lane number 1. Just outside of them, Wanganui Collegiate and Nelson are over in lane 6. So that's the finish line there for heat number 1 of the girls under 18 Coxless Pair. The trophy they are racing for is the Gabby Robertson Cup. And the current title holders are the girls 18 pair, Christchurch Girls High School. So we move to heat number 2 of the girls under 18 pair. We are looking at St Peter's School number 2 in lane 1, Craighead Diocesan number 1 in lane 2. Wellington East Girls College in 3, Westlake Girls High School in 4, Mount Albert Grammar number 1 in lane 5, St Kevin's College in 6, and Takapuna Grammar number 1 are in lane 7. Only one to go through, and it's out in the middle here. Might be Westlake colours I'm looking at there. Sophia Greenhalgh and Scarlet Curse. Just awaiting official time for St Margaret's, 7:52.99. So our thoughts at the moment with the Otago Boys High School team, who faced some pretty bad news earlier this morning, which I won't repeat right now, but quite a shaken up team. So we're all thinking about you guys, and good luck today for the rest of your racing. Back out to the girls under 18 pair. And we are looking at heat number 2. It was Westlake girls leading it through the third 500, and they are still leading it home here, ahead of what might look like Wellington East. Just don't know those colours, so just checking that bell number. Yes, indeed it is. Wellington East Girls College sitting in second. Westlake Girls High School, Sophia and Scarlett winning heat number 2. Ash Bright and Kim Dowd on the coaches. We'll be happy with this. There's quite a commanding lead now as they come down towards the finish. Third place, bit of a battle between Takapuna Grammar on the outside, and then on the inside into lane number 5. Sorry, looking at the wrong crew. Mount Albert Grammar. So down they come. Good win here for Westlake Girls. Well done, ladies. Westlake Girls will take the second win of heat 2. And then you go back to Wellington East Girls College in second. Takapuna Grammar looking to hold that third place now, ahead of Mount Albert Grammar as they come down into the closing stages of the girls under 18 pair heat number 2. So look at the time Westlake girls have done, and it is a wee bit slower than St Margaret's College. St Margaret's College with a pretty healthy advantage at the moment, I would say, based on these times. So we change gear now to the boys under 16 Coxed 4. We just await the official time of heat number 2 of the girls under 18 pair, which was won by Westlake Girls High School. And we are looking for heat number 1, first only to the semi-final. Last place eliminated, those in between through to repechage. Boys under 16 Cox 4 on the track. We have 4 heats of this, and then we will hand over to Ian to bring down the girls 8. The girls under something 8. What is it? Girls under 16 Cox 8 will be following that. Heat number 1 of the boys 16-4. Hamilton Boys High School number 4 is in lane 1. Mount Albert Grammar number 2 in lane 2. Hamilton Boys High School 1 and 3. Christchurch Boys High School 1 and 4, St Andrews College number 2 and 5, Westlake Boys High School number 3 and 6, Shirley Boys High School number 2 and 7, and St Ginnigan College number 2 and 8. Again, one only through to semi-final. Last place eliminated. Those in between straight through to repechage. Looks like the white caps at Christchurch Boys High School. So good job, Maisie and Bradley. Ollie, Jacob, Harry, Jimmy, Liam, McPherson the coxswain. Coaches Maisie Scott and Bradley Layden. Christchurch Boys High School winning by a considerable margin here. Good 3.5 boat lengths now. Probably over Hamilton Boys High School number 1, who are in second. So it's South versus North. South Island taking a commanding lead here in heat number 1 of the boys under 16 for Hamilton Boys High School sitting in second. right down on the inside. Good job of Hamilton Boys number 4. They are also in a top 3 position here. But it is Christchurch Boys High School looking good. I saw their under 18 pair blitzing down the course earlier. And once again, thoughts out to the Otago Boys High School family. And good luck to you guys today. Stay strong. One of So commanding win here from Christchurch Boys High School as they come down to the line in heat 1 of the boys under 16 Cox 4. And they will take about a 3-length lead over Hamilton Boys High School 1, who are about a length and a quarter ahead of their teammates, Hamilton Boys number 4, down here in lane number 1. From there we go out to the centre of the course, St Andrews College number 2. Just outside of them, Westlake Boys number 3. Back inside to Mount Albert Grammar number 2. And then on the outside, Shirley Boys and St Kentigern College.
Thanks, Kirsty. Just the official result there of Heat 1 of the under-16 boys Cox 4. Christchurch Boys High School going through in 6:58.49, then Hamilton Boys High School, and then Hamilton Boys again. And then we go through to St Andrews College and Westlake Boys. So second heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4 is on the track. Lane 1, St Andrews College 4, Logan Gardner, Benjamin Bolton, Bryn Hall, William Camo, Emily Davis is the Cox. In lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School 3, West is Seth Davis, Shay Asita, Carl Murray, Reese Laker and Ryan Ollington is the Cox. In lane number 3, Westlake Boys High School 2, Adam Grappengaisa, Cooper Howden War, Leo Durbin and Joseph Dennis with Joachim Umali the Cox. In lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Charlie Heath, Fraser McGilvray, Luke Sanders, Max Jarvie, Guy Pinfold is the Cox. In lane 5, Auckland Grammar 1, Luca Toner, Hugo McKenzie, Finn Houghton, Sebastian Line, Jack Brewer is the Cox. In lane 6, it's Christ College 2, George Gray, Sam Hales, Archie Davis and Max Howard with Ollie Akaiwa the Cox. And in lane 7, Wellington College 1, Thomas Fraser, Oscar Nelson, Fergus Prince, Leo Kant and Guy Hargraves is the Cox. So the first one will go through to the semi-final. It's coming out of lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar. They've got a boat length lead over Auckland Grammar outside of them. Then we come back inside to Westlake Boys High School 2, then outside to Christ College number 2, and then we'd be looking at Hamilton Boys 3. So that's the way they look at this stage. So this is the boys under 16 Cox 4. This is the second heat. There are 4 of them. Great conditions still here at Lake Ruataniwha for this first day of Aon 2022 Māori Cup. Fantastic to see these crews out here and the ones that are heading up to the start as we get through a plethora of races today. But this one right out in front of us, which is Heat 2 of the boys under 16 Cox 4, Lane 4. It's all with Mount Albert Grammar. Looking nice and strong, Charlie, Fraser, Luke and Max, with the guy running the cutter. Just outside of him, he's got Auckland Grammar number 1, but they're a couple of boat lengths off. So the last will be eliminated. The rest will go to the repecharges. It's looking like Wellington College have got the work cut out for them in lane 7. So through 250 metres to go, down to 150 metres to go, they come now. Of course, these boys are all running for that Westlake Boys High School Cup, currently held by Westlake Boys High School. That will be decided on finals day. And of course, Mount Albert Grammar, who are leading this down, they were the winners of this event at North Island Secondary Schools 2 weeks ago at Karapiro. The boys having the best of the conditions. And Mount Albert Grammar looking nice and strong as they come down with 3 boat length lead over Auckland Grammar. So Mount Albert straight through to the semi-final. The rest will be through to the repechagers, and that will be Auckland Grammar and then Westlake Boys, Hamilton Boys High School 3. Down here on the inside is St Andrews College 4. Then we go out to Christ College 2, who will complete things for the repechagers. And we'll just wait for Wellington College 1 to come across the line. Just checking times there. They've gone through in 6:58.55, so very little between that and the previous heat. As we look out onto the course to see Heat 3 on its way down, and they're into the last half of the race through the 1,000 metres. No scratchings there, so lane 1 is St Peter's College 1 with Samuel Innes, Cohen Freeman, Joshua Drake, Max Parkinson and Theo Wag the Cox. In lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Jack Bond, Harry Cook, Toby Morris, Danny Webb, Miles Chatter is the Cox. In lane 3, Onslow College 1, Matthew Butel, Guy Curry Stanton, Oliver Cuthbert, Jack Jordan, Hugo Montgomery coxing. In lane 4, St Kennigan's College 1, Freddie Hitchcock, Luca Cutfield, Eden Mead, Henry Schaefer and Julia Huang is the Cox. In lane 5, St Andrews College 5, Sam Gamble, Williams Long, Jack Pitts, Charles Butterfield, Jonty Pye coxing. In lane 6, Hamilton Boys number 2, Winston Roberts, Jack Peterson, Caden Kirkham, Jonty McIntosh, Cameron Smith. And then in lane 7, we've got St John's from Hamilton. Luca Dale, Noah Turner, Mason Smith, Ryan Tony, and Jamie Mills is coxing. So we look out there, lane 4 again, St Kennigan's College 1 looking strong out there, and right alongside them, the Southerners, St Andrews College 1. So it'll be a nice battle between those two to see who goes straight through to the semi-final. Onslow College in lane 3. Onslow College came down to South Island Secondary Schools 2 weeks ago, so they'll be familiar with the conditions out here. And then we go outside to lane 6, Hamilton Boys High School 2. Those are the 4 in contention, but it's really down between St Kennigan's College 1 and St Andrews College 1 as to who will take first position here and straight through into the semi-final. So already into race 44 here at day 1. And Heat 4 is underway as well. After we've finished the boys under 16 Cox 4s, we're into the under 16 girls Cox 8s, the first 8s of the day, I think. Great to have Kirsty here helping us out with commentary and being part of the team. Russell Mills will be here on Thursday. I see more vehicles gathered over there in the Great Southern Stand, so if they are listening on the live stream, don't forget that if you tune your FM radios into 88.3, you can hear our dulcet tones across the live stream on your car radio. So 2 strong under 16 Cox 4s making their way down. St Kennigan's and St Andrews. Who's going to take this out? There's very little between these two as they start to go through 250 metres to go. We'll just see on the camera as they come up. Is it St Andrews or St Kent's? It looks like St Andrews have got a half boat length lead over St Kent's at this stage. St Kent's going to put some pressure on to get that automatic qualification and try and roll over the top of St Andrews. Or is St Andrews going to hold them off? St Andrews Cox won't be able to see just how far behind them they are. So you can only worry about what's in front of them. Who's going to go first? It's St Andrews have just ticked up. St Andrews have just tried to take the advantage and maintain that lead that they've got to keep St Kennigan's off. St Kennigan's have just lifted as well. 3-man's really putting some effort in there. You can see he's starting to follow his stroke. But there still is a boat length there for St Andrews as they head down now, 75 metres to go. If anything, St Andrews have just started to pull away a little bit. Just got that extra run on their boat. That'll get them through from there straight into the semi-final. St Kennigan's will then head through into the repechage. And we'll look forward to getting through that process and having another crack at St Andrews later on in the event. So over goes St Andrews, boat length back to St Kennigan's. Then we've got 5 boat lengths back to here in lane 1. It's St Peter's College coming through in the line there with Onslow College. And on outside of them is Hamilton Boys High School 2. Then we'll come down to Christchurch Boys High School 2. And looks like just out there in lane 7, St John's, Hamilton just eased off a bit. So that's, not sure if there's any issues in that boat or whether it's just been one of those days. So they've gone through in 6:56 for Heat 3. Heat 4 through the 1,000. And then we're running well on time here now, as we have done through most of the season actually with this new setup with the zones. Haven't been too many issues with crews late to the start, and of course you don't want to be late to Marty. It's the big dance. So lane 1, Cambridge High School 1, Josh Rickett, Oliver Hogg, Alex Schuler, Matt Peters, Jack Charlton as the cocks. In lane 2, St Andrews College 3, William Voice, Benjamin Bolton, Jake Burrows, Luke Skinner, with William Tavendale coxing. In lane 3, it's Hamilton Boys High School 5. Not very often we see crews with a 5 beside them out here. Ryan Pammett, Caleb Voller, Callan Fleming, Joshua Wickers and Jake White as the cocks. In lane 4, St Bede's College 1, Matthew Glenn, good morning Steve, Thomas Woodgate, Luke Hickling, Josh Hamer and Max Walsh. In lane 5, Westlake Boys High School 1, Matthew Young, Ryan Haves, Quinn Wiltshire, Thomas Link and Liam Veldman as the cocks. In lane 6, it's Auckland Grammar 2, Jacob Hawksby, Alex Mirrlees, Charlie Wallace, Henry Barrell, Benjamin Smith is the cocks. And in lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, Flynn Hutchison Ray, Albert Eden, Hamish McIntosh, Noah Visser and Jack Savage. So this will be an interesting race. Looking at St Bede's College there in lane 4, they've been very dominant down here in the South Island throughout all the southern regattas. Outside of them, the challenges from Westlake Boys number 1 and then Auckland Grammar 2. So it's a strong heat, this one. So Auckland Grammar, Westlake Boys, St Bede's will come from there. St Bede's have got the advantage. Over Westlake Boys and then Auckland Grammar 2. So it'll be St Bede's by a boat length. We'll get confirmation as they come through the 250 soon. Just confirmation of Heat 3, St Andrews College in 6:57.04 from St Kennigan's and then St Peter's 3rd. Challenge coming to St Bede's from Westlake. Let's see them go through the 250. They're coming up to there now, so they've got 300 metres to go. It's St Bede's just over Westlake Boys, number 1. Remember, 1 goes through, the rest are eliminated. So neither St Bede's, well, not eliminated, they're into the repechage. Neither St Bede's or Westlake will want to go to a repechage. So this will be a battle. Outside we go to Auckland Grammar, who looks like they may well be heading to the repechage, along with St Andrews down there in lane 2. And then we come back to Hamilton Boys High School 5 in lane 3, outside to Shirley Boys in lane 7. And a bit of a challenge down there in lane 1 for Cambridge High School. But out here with 150 or so metres to go, it's St Bede's. St Bede's with a boat length over Westlake Boys. Are Westlake Boys got something left to challenge St Bede's? Do they want to go straight through to the semi? Or has St Bede's just got things in control? Looks like 3/4 of a boat length St Bede's over Westlake. They've got 3/4 of a boat length then back to Auckland Grammar. As we head down, 70 metres to go. It's looking like it's with St Bede's. 3/4 of a boat length now over Westlake Boys. And if anything, just starting to slightly extend. So they've done enough there, St Bede's. They'll take this out and go straight through the semi-final by 3/4 of a boat length over Westlake Boys High School, 3/4 of a boat length back to Auckland Grammar. Then we're on a boat length and a half back down here to St Andrews College in lane 2. And then Hamilton Boys High School before boat lengths behind them, High School Hamilton Boys 5. In the outside lane is Shirley Boys 1 coming down in lane 7, getting themselves through to the repechage. And then just down here in lane 1, we've got Cambridge High School. So let's have a look at the time there, 6:56, pretty good time compared to the rest of them. Very similar. That's the Heat 4. That's the heats done of the boys under 16, Coxed 4. Which means we've got some 8s coming down the track. And we have. It is the first heat of the girls under 16, Coxed 8 in lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Tilly Tauscher, Isabel Welsh, Maya Kingy, Sarah Holmes, Millicent Bush, Oliver Lindsay, Macy Williams, Milena Foles and Jasmine Lash as the cocks. In lane 3 it's Christchurch Girls High School 1, Coco Chaffee, Lucy Hayler, Charlie Hallier, Kate Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Katie Gardner, Isabel Williamson, Kira Wolf and Erin King. In lane 4 at St Margaret's College 1, Phoebe Wilson, Amelia Gibbons, Samantha Lashalles, Cara Gooding, Olivia Hawkes, Charlotte Goglin, Evie Leeson, India Broomhall and Neve Cassidy as the cocks. In lane 5 it's Villa Maria College 1, Minnie Edwards, Neve Graham, Claire Martin, Maggie McGoldrick, Jess Loader, Molly Nayhoff, Lucy Morrison, Sammy Snell and Kiara Thiel as the cocks. In lane 6 Waikato Diocesan School number 2, Maya Colcini, Maya Trower, Brooke Treberco, Clementine Seville, Hannah Levin, Ruba Van Dursen, Anna West, Milan Nordstrom and Isla Ormsby as the cocks. And out there in lane 7 is Diocesan School for Girls, number 2, Ruby Holm, Emma Maxwell, Ava Dixon, Millie Struthers, Sophie Jameson, Sammy Barclay, Holly Barker, Edith Lee and Paige Rose is the cocks. So this is the first heat of the under-16s. We've got 2 of them. 1 and 2 will go straight through to the A final. The rest will head to the repechage. This is the girls under-16 Cox Date. That's for the McDonald Shield, which is currently held by Rangiru Girls School. And as we have a look out there and see what's happening, we can see that it is Christchurch Girls in lane 3. Well ahead of St Margaret's in lane 1. Those 2 crews in turn, they are well ahead of the rest of the field. So 1 and 2 to go through. Those 2 are looking most likely at this stage out of this heat anyway. $350 metres to go, and Christchurch Girls High School would be 2 boat lengths almost in front of St Margaret's. Both crews doing just what they need to do. Then we go outside to Villa Maria, back inside to Epsom Girls Grammar 1. Then it's with Waikato Diocesan and then Diocesan School for Girls. So 1 and 2 through, the rest into the repechage. Heat 2 is well through the start for them. So they're on the course, so we can give you the fields in Heat 2 just as we make clear what's going to happen here, but it looks very much like a big job being done here by Christchurch Girls High School. Megan Lass, the coach, will be happy with that. It's a good start for them. St Margaret's College, coached by Jacob Mangles, they'll get themselves through to the final. All going well. But swinging together nicely, the Christchurch Girls High School. $120 metres to go for them. And just extending over St Margaret's. St Margaret's will be aware that they may well have done what they need to do, although the cocks can't see behind her. In through the last 100 we go, Christchurch Girls High School. $100 metres to go now for St Margaret's. So these 2 Christchurch crews heading through to the final of the girls under 16 Cox Date. The remaining crews heading through the repechage, and they'll be led into that by Villa Maria. Down here in lane 2, Epsom Girls. Then we go outside to Waikato Diocesan and those green and white checks, and then out to Dawson School for Girls. That'll be the way they finish in the first heat of the girls under 16 Cox Date. 6:54 is the time there for Christchurch Girls High School. And let's see who's going to be joining them automatically in the final as we look and see what's happening with race 47, the girls under 16 Cox Date, heat number 2. And it is in lane 2, Dawson School for Girls, Harriet Hope, Izzy Clayton, Eva Cope, Ava Leach, Lucy Irwin, Xanthi Williams, Emily Cosnam, Eva Pritchard and Bo Alpe as coxing. In lane 3, St Peter's School 1, Brooke Ware, Sophie Walker, Georgia Wenham, Charlize Davison, Letisa Hay, Meg Hazlitt, Keena Woodfield, Amelia Donovan and Shakayla Davison as the cocks. In lane number 4, Rangiru Girls School 1, Lucy Vance, Alice Horsby, Sophie Payne, Millie Gallagher, Ruby Guerra, Alex Ferguson, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Cusell and Bridget Pyers coxing. Lane 5, Waikato Diocesan School 1, Emma Clapford, Hayley Dorbin, Tiara Lord, Isabel Melville, Xanthi Lovegrove, Edlington, Alexander Peoples, Tiahamui Hagi, Eloise Orr and Alice McIntosh is the cocks. Out there in lane 6, Westlake Girls High School 1, Anna Greenhalgh, Ellen Vincent, Amelia Hoban, Olivia Kiernan James, Phoebe Dobson, Hazel Strawbent, Carla Pethers-Boak and Stephanie Severin with Taylor Coppelson the Cox. And completing the field we have got Wellington Girls College, Georgie Pennicott, Lucy Poddington, Ella Barr, Georgie Griffiths, Isabel McGrath, Ella Clements, Eva Charity and Jessie Holland with Tilly Duggan the Cox. It's right in the middle. It's Waikato Diocesan and it's Rangiru Girls School number 1, looking right at each other. Well, the Coxes might be. And then we've got Daylight a wee bit back to St Peter's number 1. Would be 3rd. Dyson School for Girls 4th. Then we go outside to Westlake Girls 1 and Wellington Girls College 1. So 2 to go through, looking just like Waikato and Rangiruru. We'll be joining St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls as automatic qualifiers through to the final. The rest will fight it out in the repechage. Still 350 metres to go though. We'll see if there is much between these two crews as they come through the 250. It looks like the advantage is with Rangi. And after the girls under 16 Cox State, we then head into the girls under 18 novice double sculls, a couple of heats of those, and then into the boys under 17 double sculls. And there are plenty of under 17s this year. Seven heats. Will be a flotilla of boys double sculls for the early part of the afternoon. But the flotilla at the moment is right out in front of us. It's the under 16 Cox 8 girls second heat. It's Rangi just over Waikato Dyson from my angle, but not much in it as we see them come up to that 250. In fact, it looked like Dyson might just have half a canvas over Rangi, have they? Oh, bow ball. There's a bow ball in it between these two crews. Who's going to get bragging rights as they come down through now? 200 metres to go, heading towards the last lot of yellow boys. They'll come past that one row of reeds to signal 100 metres to go. Then they're into the last 100 metres. And it's Rangi just over Dyson, I think. Let's see as they come into the red boys. Who's going to hit there first? Rangi have just over Waikato Dyson. So they've just got a lead. They got picked up probably a seat over Waikato Dyson. Maybe 2 seats now. They're just starting to move slightly ahead of them. But either way, both of these crews will go through into the final of the girls under 16 Cox State. Job done. Just picking up a 3rd seat now, Rangiruru. So these two crews across the line. And 3rd into the repechage will be St Peter's. Then down in here in lane number 2 is Dawson School for Girls. Then we go outside to Westlake Girls 1. Out there in lane 6, and then Wellington Girls College in lane 7. So what do we got there as a time? 6:50. So that's about 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the previous heat. And we've already found the first 4 finalists for the girls under 16 Cox State. The rest can work through the repechage to see who else we get. On the track now, and just coming past the 500, is the girls under 18 novice double sculls first heat. So we're looking for the winner to go straight through to the A final. The rest of you are heading to a repechage. In lane 1, St Margaret's College 1, Poppy McNeil and Amelia Tamani Dean. In lane 2, Columba College 2, Hannah O'Neill and Olivia Davies. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate, Isabella Etherington and Sophie Dunn. In lane 4, Craighead Dawson School 1, Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon. In lane 5, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika Massey and Annie Wells. In lane 6 is Otamotai College 1, Zoe Stubbing and Caitlin Wayne. In lane 7, Takapuna Grammar 2, Sophie Dunlop and Brunley Smith. And then in lane 8, we've got from Christchurch Girls High School, number 2, Alice Fisserton and Holly Smith. So this is the girls under 18 novice double. The winner to go through. And in this, we've got Isabella and Sophie from St Paul's who finished 3rd up there in the North Island Secondary School, so they'll be in amongst the mix, you would think. But if we have a look out and see where it's coming from, it is in the middle of the course, and right out there in lane number 7 from Takapuna Grammar. Looks like they're well out in the mix of things. Or is it lane 8? Let's just wait and have a look. It's lane 8, Christchurch Girls number 2. So Craighead Doss and the 2 Gordons out there in lane 4. Right up there, across from them is Otamotai. Out there in lane number 6. Mount Aspiring in the middle of it as well. Plenty in the mix. And then Christchurch Girls High School. So that's looking fairly even in there at the moment between St Paul's Collegiate, Craighead Diocesan, Mount Aspiring, and Christchurch Girls High School. This could be close if they keep going the way they're going. Coming through the 1,000 now, you can see them on your screen. best of the rest, we go back to St Margaret's College in lane 1, then we go to Takapuna out there in lane 7, although it looks like Columba College in lane 2 might be ahead of where they are. Just starting to even up now. St Paul's in lane 3. Craighead starting to move on them and line up with Mount Aspiring. Just behind those three is Otamotai, and just ahead of Otamotai would be Christchurch Girls High School. Although they've just started to fall back a wee bit in the last couple of 100 metres, because it's starting to come away with it in Mount Aspiring in lane 5. Plenty of time left in this race. Race makes its way down the course. The second heat is underway. I'll give you the field for the second heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. In lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate, Genevieve Churton and Georgia Whiteman. In lane 2 is Whanganui High School, Aria Rice Edwards and Beatrice Douglas. In lane 3, Takapuna Grammar 1, Elizabeth McKendry and Amelia Swarbrook. In lane number 4, Columba College 1, Briar Duncan and Grace Heath. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Monique Austin and Mila Graham. And in lane 6, Villa Maria College 2, Georgia Curnane and Kate Young. In lane 7, Craighead Dawson School 2, Georgina Butler and Kate Ritchie. And in lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Aria Wilk and Maya Grieve. They're through the 500. So St Paul's Collegiate have done some great work through the last 200 to 500 metres, or 200 to 300 metres. They've now pulled out in front of Mount Aspiring crew, who won this event down here at South Island Secondary School. Slightly different crews, but the boat got through. Craighead Dawson, the Gordons finished second at South Island, so there's some good talent out there in terms of double sculls. And it looks like we've got between Mount Aspiring and St Paul's. Remember, one will go through to the A final. The rest will be heading to the repechage. So Isabella and Sophie from St Paul's in lane 3. Probably by a boat length over Mount Aspiring. So what have Mount Aspiring got? If anything, they look like they've ticked up now. Anika's just turned her head round and said something to Annie, so they must be trying to wind up, but they've got some work to do, because a nice row coming down here in lane 3 from St Paul's Collegiate. They've got the advantage over Mount Aspiring and looking like they could well take that automatic position, but Mount Aspiring have just clicked up. They must have had a discussion about when they're going to go, so they've got plenty of time left to try and hunt down the St Paul's crew, but St Paul's still have the advantage. 120 metres to go. It's St Paul's probably by a boat length and a half over Mount Aspiring. And it looks like they'll maintain that. In third is Craighead Diocesan, the Gordons. And then we go outside to the very outside lane. Christchurch Girls High School showed well early. They'll be heading through the repechage along with Otamotai. Then we come down to lane 1, St Margaret's. And then we'll go across to Takapuna, back inside to Columba College 2 down here. But nice lead here in the end for St Paul's. They'll win by 2.5 boat lengths over Mount Aspiring to go straight through to the A final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Across the line there goes Mount Aspiring and Craighead, and then on the outside lane it is Christchurch Girls High School. Back inside to, is it Villa? No, Otamotai. Let's have a look and see what's happening time-wise with that one. They've gone through in 8:16. So second heat is on its way down through the 1,000. And Columba College out in front at this stage. Right next to them, though, Hamilton Girls High School 1. So one straight through to the A final. So Columba College, Hamilton Girls. Probably the next best would be Christchurch Girls High School 1 out there in lane 8. So one through, the rest go through the repechage. So Hamilton Girls High School moving through on Columba College here. There'll be 2 boat lengths in front, maybe more, and starting to lengthen. Then we've got a wee way back to Takapuna Grammar in lane 3. Then we go outside to Villa Maria in lane 6. Then outside lane to Christchurch Girls High School 1. Then we come across to Whangarei in number 2. Whanganui High School in number 2, and then St Paul's Collegiate in lane 1. But it's all Hamilton Girls High at the moment. Monique Austin and Mila Graham, coached by Carl Manson and Axel Dickinson. They'll be happy with what they see from their charges as they move through past that 250 metre mark about now, with a 4 boat length lead over Columba College. So next up will be Heat 1 of the boys under 17 double sculls. The first of 7 heats of the under 17 boys. Best to keep those boys active on the first day of Aon Māori Cup for 2022. The first time it's been back at Lake Ruataniwa since 2018. South Island Rowing delighted to have it, and very grateful of the support from the North Island and Rowing New Zealand and the New Zealand National Secondary Schools Association to make this happen. And making it happen with about half a dozen strokes to go, if that, is Monique and Mila from Hamilton Girls High School out there in lane 5 as they come down and take this second heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls quite a bit quicker than the previous heat. They've gone through an 8:02 and 98, so 14 seconds quicker there. Second across the line now goes Columba, and into the repechage they go, and they'll be joined there by Villa Maria, who are looking to finish third over in this lane number 3 is Takapuna, and then Whanganui High School. Then we have St Paul's Collegiate down here in lane 1. Then we go across to Christchurch Girls High School, and then back in lane 7 would be Craighead Diocesan number 2. So they're on the way in the boys under 17 double sculls. Got a scratching in lane 1. In lane 2, Burnside High School 2, Thomas Peacock Price and Morgan Fryer. In lane 3, St Peter's College 2, Tom Leon Brown and Shay Reid. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School, Marley King Smith and Sam McAtamney. In lane 5, St John's Hamilton 1, Matheson McCartney and Antonio Van Dursen. Antonio back out again on the course today. In lane 6, St Kennigan's College 1, Finn Buckley and Nathan Kinney. And in lane 7, Auckland Grammar 2, Hugo Bonning and Toby Batlin. So we have a look and see what's happened around the place. We've got, certainly we know that we've got the crew from Wakatipu who picked this up at South Island Secondary Schools with Sam McAtamney and Marley King Smith. In fact, Marley, that's his 3rd race this morning by my reckoning. Today. And it is Wakatipu out there with St John's from Hamilton, those two. So the progression here is that the first 4 will go through to the quarterfinal. The last is eliminated. The rest will go to the repechage. So looking like Wakatipu from St John's, then back inside to St Peter's would be third. Hard to tell who's fourth. Very close between St Kentigern's and Auckland Grammar on those 2 outside lanes. Then back inside Burnside in lane number 2. But Wakatipu probably with a 2 boat length lead over St John's from Hamilton. Second heat has started. We'll give you the field for there. Lane 1, King's College 3, Ethan Henderson and Jackson Compain. In lane 2, St Patrick's College 1, Alex Humphrey and Oliver Sterling. In lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Kobe Hansen and Alex Muirhead. In lane 4, it's Auckland Grammar 1, Fletcher Hawksby and Max Liggins. In lane 5, Shirley Boys High School 1, Tim Chapman, Sam Clark. In lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 1, Max Henry Clayton and Mackay Sparks. In lane 7, in the second heat, is Pukekohe High School 2, Carl Colmer and Ryan Kuhn. First heat continues to make its way down, through 500 to go, and it's all Wakatipu. 3 boat lengths in front of the crew now from St John's. St Peter's College 2 doing nicely down there in lane 3 just to make sure they qualify. Then it's going to be between St Kentigern's and Auckland Grammar, it would look like. And then it looks like Burnside might be just ahead of Auckland Grammar. Someone's going to miss out. The rest are going to go to repechages. $150 metres to go now for Wakatipu. They've really pulled out and laid a marker down for the rest of these crews. St John's will follow them through into the quarterfinals, along with St Peter's College. And then it looks like it's going to be between Burnside. Have lifted their rating just in the last 100 metres. It's starting to pull through now. And then St Kentigern's in lane 6. So those two, St Kentigern's and Burnside, opposite sides of the track, fighting for that last place through. Straight through, though, is going to go Wakatipu, coached by John Morrison. Nice length on their stroke, these two gentlemen, as they come down to the finish line. Into 100 metres to go goes third place St Peter's. And we're just looking out here to see who's going to go fourth. Burnside is looking across at St Kentigern's. Very even between those two boats for this fourth position. The other one will go through the repechage. 100 metres to go now. They come in at maybe Burnside by a bow ball, but you'll have to keep lifting Burnside. They have just done that. They're putting some pressure on St Kent's for this last posse as St Peter's go across the line. So who's going to join them to go straight through to the quarterfinal? It's Burnside with just the advantage over St Kentigern's. Burnside just lengthening it. Oops, they've just... Oh, there you go. You hold your hands, but you managed to do it, Burnside. You might have crabbed on the line, but you still got fourth position. You'll be fine. And then St Kent's just follow them over. So they've gone through that time from Wakatipu is 7:02. for the first heat of the boys under 17 double. We watched the second heat on its way through. Remember, 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through. So just remember in the field, King's College 3, St Patrick's College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Auckland Grammar 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Timaru Boys High School 1 and Pukekohe High School 2. And it's with Auckland Grammar 1 just over Shirley Boys by the look of it from here. There's Auckland Grammar 1, then Shirley Boys. Then we come back inside to King's College 3 are down there in lane 1, but it looks more like St Patrick's would be third. St Patrick's College 1 in lane 2. No scratchings here, so 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So Auckland Grammar, Shirley Boys, St Patrick's. The pressure's going to come from Timaru Boys High School out there in lane 6, who are right alongside Pukekohe. In fact, they've probably got a boat length on Pukekohe. And then we've got Christchurch Boys High School not out of it either. So there's 3 clear at this stage with 350 metres to go. Auckland Grammar 1, Shirley Boys High School. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go straight through to the quarterfinals. Just while we look at that, heat number 3 is on its course. Let's give you the field for that. Lane 1, Aotea College 1, Sean Foote, Ethan Thomas Tuavai. In lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Jack Wassell and Preston Kelly. In lane 3, Glendowie College 2, Kieran Smith and Alex Audley. In lane 4, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach. In lane 5, Hauraki Plains College 1, Ethan Claridge and Lucas Doughty. In lane 6, Wellington College 2, Max McLaughlin and Jacob Cook. And in lane 7, St Peter's College 1, Jack Simpkins and Kays Brent. So Sacred Heart are in heat number 3. They finished second up there in the North Islands. So they'll be looking to get through pretty evenly if they can. But out here in heat number 2, still Auckland Grammar just over Shirley Boys. St Patrick's clearly in third. The battle, though, is between Timaru Boys, Christchurch Boys High School and possibly King's College for that third spot. Going through nicely will be Auckland Grammar and Shirley Boys. They've both got 100 metres to go now. Shirley Boys starting to pull alongside Auckland Grammar to get themselves a better lane if they can in the quarterfinals. Those two are neck and neck and just starting to have a race off. And Auckland Grammar have lifted. They said, no, we were leading all the way down. We don't want to have ourselves finish second to you. So they're having a battle within a battle for first position, and it's babble to babble between these two crews. Auckland Grammar just maybe at the moment. It's going to be on the stroke, on the line. Well, maybe just Auckland Grammar and Shirley Boys as the testosterone got the better of them. Down here in lane 2 at St Patrick College are going to finish third. And then out in lane 6 is going to be Timaru Boys High School take the 4th automatic qualifying spot. Then Christchurch Boys High School. Then we see King's College down here in lane 1. And in the outside lane, Pukekohe in lane 7. 7:10. So it just shows the marker that was laid down by Wakatipu. That's 8 seconds slower than the previous heat. But they're through. That's the main thing for these first 4 crews. So just confirming in Heat 1, it was Wakatipu, St John's, St Peter's and Burnside that qualified through. Heat number 3 is well down the course, and it is those two, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart in Auckland. So this is the third heat of the under-17 double. The trophy they're rowing for is the St Andrews College Cup, currently held by Otago Boys High School. So Sacred Heart, and just outside of them, Hauraki Plains College 1 would be second. Down there in lane 2, third at the moment would be St Thomas's of Canterbury 1. Then we would go out to possibly lane 7, St Peter's College 1. So just confirming. Oh, heat number 2, Shirley Boys got it on the line by 0.07 of a second over Auckland Grammar. So Shirley, who finished second at the South Island Secondary School Champs, will be happy with that. Third, St Patrick's, and then qualifying 4th were Timaru Boys High School. So out here, though, we go back and have a look and see where we are with heat number 3. And it's all Sacred Heart, well ahead out there in lane 4. Still Hauraki Plains just in there behind them. And then it is St Thomas's of Canterbury. And then probably looking like Wellington College. It's heat number 4 is on its way as well, so that's down through 500 metres now already. Field for that, no scratchings. Lane 1, Christ College 1. Alex McEwen and Daniel Viber. In lane number 2, Takapuna Grammar 1, Charlie Figgins and Jamie Vukovic. In lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey and Jim Curtis. In lane 4, Whakatane High School 1, Zachary Bonin and Luke Berquist. And I think they did pretty well. In fact, they won the North Island Secondary School Championship. So they'll be looking to show their cards here. Well, not all of them. Lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Will Knight and Luca O'Malley. In lane 6, Shirley Boys High School 2, Liam Collins and Joel Arona. And out there in lane 7, St Kennigan's College 2, Devon Fody and Sam Barron. That's the field for Heat 4 of these 7 heats. So Heat 4 just through the 500. Out in front of us though right now. And look at that, just doing it easy, aren't they, Sacred Heart? Very low rating. Nice long run on their boat. Plenty to come from those two. We'll look forward to seeing what happens later in the week. Outside them, Hauraki Plains College just entering the last 100 now. Looking tidy as well. And then we would go right outside to St Peter's College 3rd. So the battle for who's going to pick up the 4th spot is right down here in front of us between St Thomas's of Canterbury and Glendowie College. So Jack and Preston of St Thomas's up against Kieran and Alex of Glendowie, right down in front of their supporters. They'll be looking to get them across the line. But St Thomas's have got a slight advantage at the moment. Glendowie looking to go again, are they? St Thomas's have got the run. They'll take the 4th spot through to the quarter-final. Or will they? They will, just over Glendowie. And then we go outside to Wellington College. And then down here in lane 1, Aotea College. 7-11. They have gone through in Heat 3. Heat 4 now into the last half of the race. And those North Island title holders from Whakatane High School are leading their heat down the course. Just outside of them, Christchurch Boys High School 1. And then they're right alongside Shirley Boys number 2. Then it's with Mount Aspiring College 1 down there in lane 3. Remember, 4 to go through. Last eliminated, the rest through to the Repechagers. Those of you that have access to programs online might have picked up the fact that our boat holders for this week are members of the South Island Pathway athletes. Many of them competed in the national championships as premiers, and you'll see the likes of Ben Mason down there this week holding on to boats, giving back to the Māoris that they've not long finished competing in themselves. So that's great to see those young guys and girls doing their bit down there. So the yellow rose suit with the black stripe out there is Whakatane High School. Zachary and Luke. With Will and Luca just outside of them. In lane 2 from Christchurch Boys High School. Then it is Mount Aspiring, Philip and Jem. In lane 3, those are the 3, and they'll be joined in the outside lane there, lane number 6, Shirley Boys High School, getting a second crew through to the quarterfinals. Sure Mr. Wilson Pine will be quite happy with that, sitting from home watching. These 4 will go through to the quarterfinals. So last will be eliminated, and that challenge looks like it might be with St Kennigan's number 2 out there in lane 7. So finishing ahead of them will be Takapuna Grammar down here in lane 2 and Christ College in lane 1. Just quickening up a little bit to get themselves down to the line in the way they want to. In lane 4 is Whakatane High School. Another convincing win. So that's interesting to see. We've had convincing wins so far. This will be Whakatane, convincing win for Sacred Heart. Wakatipu went through very convincingly. The close one was between Auckland Grammar and Shirley Boys. Mount Aspiring just starting to put some pressure on the crew from Christchurch Boys. And then Shirley Boys will take 4th in this. Takapuna and Christ College is down in front of us, finishing lane 2 and lane 1. And they will go through to the Repechagers. So checking your time there, 7:14 they've gone through in for heat number 4. Heat 5, well into the last half of the course, probably coming through the 750 now. Lane 1, Otamotai College, Louis Alexander and Kana Donaldson Pihama. In lane 2, St Patrick's College 2, Luke Bokenstein and Benjamin Brown. In lane 3, it's Burnside High School, Emmanuel Langdon Lane and Sam Lamont. In lane 4, and out in front there, King's College 1, Kaylin Ogilvie and Baxter McGilvray. In lane 5, Maclean's College 1, Jean-Dre Van Gruning and Daniel Taylor. In lane 6, it is New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Clayton Potts and Luke Brock. And out there in lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School 3, Logan Barr and Lewis Rooney. So King's College out here. Kaylin Ogilvie and Baxter McGilvray finished third in the North Island, so they'll be in amongst this. They're right out there in the leading position with Maclean's College, Andre and Daniel right next to them. So 4 to go through. Probably New Plymouth Boys High School in third position. Close run thing against Burnside, I would say, at this stage. Down there in lane 3. Although lane 1, Otamotai College are just sneaking through in lane 1 to see if they can upset the apple cart and just sneak through in the 4th position. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. Last eliminated. So King's College just looking to get some clear water between themselves and Maclean's. Then we see New Plymouth Boys High School. So those are the 3. Burnside pushing up into 4th to get them through to the quarterfinals as heat number 4 just concludes. So Burnside currently in 4th. They're going to have to watch Otamotai down in lane 1. Starting to row with a little bit more urgency. St Patrick's are right next to them, will be aware of that. And then, of course, we've got out there in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 3. Just up their ratings a couple of ticks have King's College as they start to pull away from Maclean's. They'll have a boat length and a half on them now as they come in with 100 metres to go. Maclean's just coming into 100 metres to go now, and then we go back 4 boat lengths to New Plymouth Boys High School. 2 boat lengths back from them as Burnside have started to pull away and left some separation between them and the remaining crews. So that's Christchurch Boys High School just after them. Lane 1 will be Otamotai, and the pressure is on St Patrick's down here in lane 2. Last eliminated, the rest through the repecharges. Well done to King's College, across they go. Take that one in 7-10. Then Maclean's College across the line. Here come New Plymouth Boys High School down there in lane 6 just to take the 3rd position, and down here in lane 3, Burnside High School will take themselves through to the quarterfinal. Going quickly are St Patrick's, but they might finish over the top of Christchurch Boys in the outside lane the way they're going. So it's going to be Otamotai, outside lane Christchurch Boys, then just St Patrick's. A brave attempt, but not quite enough in the end there. So that's heat 5 through in 7:10 and 47 bits of a second. We look and see what's happening with heat 6. It's on its way. In lane 2 for heat 6 is Dunstan High School, Cohen Carden and Jed McIntosh. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Dylan Thomas and Guy Charteris. In lane 4, Glendowie College 1, Alex Baven and Micah Fitton Higgins. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 2, T.Y. Saxton and Will Donovan. In lane 6, King's College 2, Freddie Eder and Thaddeus Cryer. And in lane 7, it's Ashburton College 2 with Tim Connolly White, great to see you out there again, Tim, and Isaac Carr. Early days, it looks like Glendowie have an advantage over Wakatipu. Then King's College. And then we'll have the 7th heat, and then we are into the single sculls. It's the girls under 17 single sculls to come down. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7 heats of the girls under 17 single sculls. Handy lead for Glendowie over Wakatipu. King's College, those three looking prominent early on. Ashburton not doing too badly out there in lane 7. And then it's St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. So 4 to go through. It's going to be a pretty brutal heat, this one. There's 4 going to go through. One's going to go to repechage and one's not going to go much further in this event. Heat 7, the last heat of the boys under 17 double sculls is underway. Lane 2, Cambridge High School 1, Eli Swanepoel and Jack Galanders. In lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 3, Oliver Ellis and Lockie Kendrick. In lane 4, Whakatane High School 2, Sean Snow and Ryan Calder. In lane 5, Pukekohe High School 1, Jack Semmerling and Cameron Preston. In lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Chase Harnicum and Jaden Allen. And then in lane 7 will be Hamilton Boys High School 1, Edie Pollock and Larson Silva. So for many of these under 17 boys, at least their second race this morning. Glendowie College in heat 6 progressing well in front of us. A boat length now ahead of Wakatipu as they come through 350 metres to go. St Paul's Collegiate starting to move through in lane 3. And it's King's College out there in lane 6. Those are the 4. The pressure will come on St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3 from Dunstan in lane 2. But also out there too, King's College will need to watch themselves. This is so Glendowie lengthening on the field, looking nice and strong. They head up to the 250 shortly. We'll see how much of a lead they've got. 280 metres to go for them. Really strong snap from the stroke man. Nice strong drive. And just outside of them is Wakatipu High School, T.Y. Saxton and Will Donovan. Then it's St Paul's back in third. But the race for 4th is between King's College in lane 6 and Dunstan High School in lane 2. King's College look like they might have gone ahead of Dunstan. Dunstan have got some work to do if they don't want to go through to the repechage. King's College looking a little bit smoother in the outside lane. The advantage might be with them, we'll see. But Glendowie, they're going to go through nicely. Good 2 boat length lead and extending at the moment over Wakatipu. 100 metres to go for Glendowie. 100 metres now for Wakatipu. In their black bucket hats. And now 100 metres to go now is St Paul's. So no doubt about the first 3 that are going through. Glendowie coming down to the line now. Over they go. Nice row from them. Then we have Wakatipu heading over there shortly, St Paul's. But it is King's College. They look like they had a bit more of a run on their boat. They've drawn ahead of the double from Dunstan. Just looked a little bit smoother. And Dunstan will be heading to a repechage. Stroke man from Kings looks across. Says, yep, we've got it. And then just down the outside lane there, lane 7 will be a game effort there from Tim Connolly-White and Isaac Carr. Isaac in his familiar white bucket hat. And Tim, no doubt, relishing the opportunity to row out here at Mardi Cup 2022. So that 6th heat has gone through in 7:12. The last heat, heat 7's on its way down. Whanganui Collegiate are well out in front, it would appear. Chase Harnican and Jaden Allen out there in lane 7. So again, 4 to go through. So Hamilton Boys High School 1 out there in lane 7, just a bit further back. So it comes back to Pukekohe, Whakatane, and then we have a look at Shirley Boys High. So Shirley Boys High and Cambridge down there in lane 1, they might be battling for that 4th position up against Hamilton Boys. But at this stage, Whanganui had a handy lead. Whakatane down in lane 4 starting to come at them, along with Pukekohe. So the 3 North Island crews leading this last heat of the boys under 17 double sculls into the last 400 metres. I can tell you that the first heat of the girls under 17 single sculls is underway. Just while the gentlemen are finishing the double sculls, we tell you that in the girls under 17 single sculls, in lane 1, Burnside High School 2, Olivia Dawson. In lane 2, Hawani College 2, Lucy Nichols. Scratched in lane 3. In lane 4, Otamotai College 1, Jenna Bragwine. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Tessa Thompson. In lane 6, Southland Girls High School 1, Caitlin Tatai. In lane 7, King's College 1, Leela Willman. And in lane 8, St Margaret's College 1, Ruby Hardacre. So just in that heat in lane 4, Jenna from Otamotai took 3rd position in the North Island Secondary School Championships just recently. So looking solid out here, Whanganui Collegiate. They've got a handy lead, probably nearly 4 boat lengths now, 3 boat lengths at least over Pukekohe, who would have a boat length then over Whakatane. And then we come down to Cambridge High School. Done a good job down here in lane 2. They've just started to pull away from Shirley Boys. So Shirley Boys might be looking at a repechage, although they'll have to watch lane 7, Hamilton Boys High School. They'll have a strong finish, you would think, but not as strong as what we've got down here in lane 4, Whakatane, Whanganui from Pukekohe, then Whakatane, and it will be Cambridge, Eli and Jack, who will join them through into the quarterfinals. Shirley just doing enough down here in lane 3 to make sure they head through to repechage. So Chase and Jaden from Whanganui Collegiate, coached by Tyler Scott and Rick Grobecker. Across the line they go. Jack and Preston from Pukekohe will take second, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. And then Graham Watts' crew from Whakatane taking 3rd now. Then we come down to Cambridge to complete the 4 automatic qualifiers. And then it'll be Shirley and out to Hamilton Boys High School 1. So 7-13 they've gone through in Heat 7. Done and dusted on the boys under 17 double sculls. We've found our quarter finalists. So girls under 17 single sculls, that first heat's into the second half of the course, just going through the 1,000 now. Tessa Thompson from Onslow College leading them down. Just outside of her is Southland Girls High School, Caitlin Tatai. Of course, Tessa was part of the Onslow crews that came down here for South Island Secondary Schools. She finished 4th in that particular event, so familiar with the course. And Jenna from Otamotai doing well in the North Islands as well, just inside of her. So it looks like it's Onslow, Otamotai, Southland Girls. Then Huanui. Then it would be Burnside, then St Margaret's College. Not much between St Margaret's and Burnside. So the progression here, very similar to what we've just had with the under 17 boys double. 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through to the quarterfinals. The rest, other than last, go to the repechages, and if you're last, you're eliminated. Good strong start from Tessa Thompson here from Onslow College in lane 5. 3 boat lengths ahead of Jenna from Otamotai. Then we go outside to Caitlin Tatai from Southland Girls High School. Those are the 3 most likely to go through. So the battle at this stage will be between Leela Willman in lane 7 from King's College, and then down here in lane 2, Huanui College, Lucy Nichols. They'll be battling it out for that 4th qualifying spot. Last is eliminated, and then that means there'll be 2 through to repecharges. So she's well in front, Tessa, but she's putting a strong effort in, not easing off at all. Gosh, these single scullers will be enjoying this water here today at Lake Ruataniwha. Fantastic conditions. We are expecting this cloud to burn off later on this afternoon, so as it can here, the weather can change pretty quickly. It's fantastic yesterday afternoon. But some real effort going in here from Tessa. She wants to lay down a marker here at the first heat of the girls under 17 single sculls. And of course, as with the boys, these girls are fighting out for not only the title, but also that lovely red and white Laszlo boat sitting there in front of the dais for the winning school of the under 17 single sculls. So, and the Concept 2 Challenge Cup, which is currently held by Sacred Heart College. Tessa realises she's done the job now and just starting to ease off, but a very commanding victory for her because she's only got about 4 or 5 strokes to go and 90 metres back to Jenna from Otamotai. Caitlin from Southland Girls High School will go through into those quarters as well. And then we're waiting to see what happens down here in front of us. Looks like Lucy from Hawani College has done enough over Leela from King's College, although there's still 100 metres to go. And over the line goes Caitlin Tatai from Southland Girls High School. She's rowing one of the Laszlo boats from a previous winner, probably Shakira Murphin. Down here in lane 2 is Lucy Nichols from Hawani just going through to take that qualifying spot. Down here in lane 1 is Olivia Dawson from Burnside High School. Just going across the line now is Leela from King's College. So Olivia just looks across and realises that she's done what she needs to do to get herself in the repechage. And then just in the outside lane about to go over now is Ruby Hardacre from St Margaret's College. So first heat goes through. 8:40 is the time. Second heat is well into the second half of the course. Let's see who we got in there. Heat 2, lane 1, Glendowie College 2, Danielle McCormish. In lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Olivia Paibenga. In lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate, Christy Foster. There's a scratching in lane 4. In lane 5, New Plymouth Girls High School 1, Jill Swart. In lane 6, Whakatane High School 1, Grace Growden. And in lane 7, Roncalli College 2, Sahana Ainsley Udmans. And in lane 8, it's Burnside High School 1, Charlotte Carey. New Plymouth Girls High School 1, Jill Swart. She's looking like she's pretty well in control of her lane. Just challenging her down here in lane 2 is Olivia from Cromwell College 1. Those would be the 2. St Hilda's Collegiate, Christy Foster would be 3rd. Then it's out to Grayson Crowden from Whakatane High School in lane 6. Those are the 4 to go through. As they come down in heat number 2. Heat 3's not far behind them, actually. They're just heading up to 1,000. In heat 3, we've got lane 1, Burnside High School 3, Sam Rankin. In lane 2, Roncalli College 1, Molly Phillips. In lane 3, ACG Tauranga 1, Ruby Church. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang. In lane 5, Ayana College 1, Libby Christie. Lane 6, Queen Margaret College 1, Safi Saini. In lane 7, Cromwell College 2, Kate Spriggs. And in lane 8, Otago Girls High School 2, Olivia Caulfield. So a couple to watch out for in that heat number 3. Sky Lang, she finished 2nd in this event at the North Island Secondary Schools. Second heat making its way into the very last part of the course. Cromwell College down here in lane 2. Olivia Pybenga, just marginally behind New Plymouth Girls High School. Jill Swart out there in lane 5. Third position is St Hilda's Collegiate Christy Foster. Then we go across to New Plymouth Girls High School. No, they're leading. To Whakatane High School, Grayson Crowder. So clear 4 there that are going to go through to the quarterfinals. And looking like Danielle from Glendowie College number 2, she'll head through to the Ripper Chargers, and just on the outside there will be Charlotte Carey from Burnside High School. Down we go to the finish here in heat number 2. Jill Swart across the line there, and in lane 2, Cromwell College. St Hilda's across the line, and then just outside there we go to Whakatane High School. So they've gone through there in 8:50. Race 59, heat 3 is on its way down. And as predicted, it's Sky Lang from Takapuna Grammar. Well out in front there. 3-4 boat lengths she would be over ACG Tauranga inside of her. Outside to Iona College, which is Libby Christie. Then we're looking at Ron Carley, number 2. So just confirming waiting for that time to come. Heat 2, 8:50. So New Plymouth, Cromwell, St Hilda's, Whakatane. Those were the 4th in Heat 2. Heat 3 is the one out in front of us now. Sky Lang is leading that quite comfortably from Iona College, Libby Christie. Then ACG Tauranga. 4th position might be in these 2 inside lanes here between Roncalli College and lane 2 and Burnside Sam Rankin. Those are the 2 that are fighting out for 4th. Ruby Church sitting there in lane 3. She'll be watching that. Molly from Roncalli just had a look around to see how far away the next position is because she's got Burnside right alongside her. That's the position they're fighting for 4th. Takapuna in lane 4. 100 metres to go now. 3 boat lengths back to Iona. Then we come back to ACG Tauranga, and it is 4th position battle here right down the inside lanes between Burnside High School and Roncalli. One of them's going straight through to the quarter final. The other one's going to the Ripper Chargers. Very little between them both. Oh, Roncalli just quicker, and she's just marginally ahead of Burnside. She's got probably half a boat length, and she's just started to wind up now. Sam needs to do a bit more if she wants to catch up on that. Across the line goes Sky from Takapuna. Iona College coming down now. Takes 2nd. 3rd to ACG Tauranga. And then Roncalli, she's got a half a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length over Sam Rankin to go straight through the quarterfinal. Sam from Burnside will be off to the Ripper Chargers. And joining her will be Queen Margaret College. And just a little bit of a hold up back in traffic with Otago Girls High School. Just checking the time on that heat. They've gone through heat number 3 in 8:44. Heat 4 is well through, and Heat 4 has got in lane 1 We've just got a scratching in lane 8, it is. So in lane 1, Queen Margaret College 2, Ella Matthews. Lane 2, Cambridge High School 2, Riley Martinovich. In lane 3, Columba College 1, Laura Summit. In lane 4, Elsie Torbett from Craighead Diocesan 1. In lane 5, St Kevin's College 1 is April Linares Fontana. In lane 6 is Waikato Diocesan 1, Kate Heatley. And in lane 7 is Glendowie College 1. Elsie Torbett has had a very strong season here for Craighead Diocesan, and she's leading down here. She finished 3rd in the South Islands. So in lane 3 in 2nd position, Laura Simmer from Columba College. She should be 3rd because it's St Kevin's, April Linares Fontana. These 3 leading them down. 4th position at this stage, Riley Martinovich from Cambridge High School. Looking for 4. As they sort themselves out, we'll just give you the field for Heat 5 as it comes through the 1,000. Lane 1, Bethlehem College 2, Jazette Bonthways. In lane 2, Avonside High School number 2, Andy Shui. There's a scratching in lane 3. In lane 4, Otago Girls High School 1, Harriet Thompson. Lane 5, Craighead Diocesan School 2, Paige Butler Beard. In lane 6, Tokofata College 1, Ashley Clatt. In lane 7, Westlake Girls High School 1, Georgia Smith. And in lane 8 of what will be the 5th heat, Queen Margaret College 3, Krishna Patel. So we're just seeing the 4th heat come to a conclusion in front of us. Elsie Torbett would have about 60 metres to go. She'll win this. Second will be April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's out there in lane 5. Laura Summer from Columba College here in lane 3 will take the 3rd position, and it will be, if they finish as they are now, Riley Martinovich from Cambridge High School number 2 to take that 4th qualifying spot. At this stage, lane 6, Waikato Diocesan School will be next to cross the line, and then it's between Glendowie out there in lane 7 and Queen Margaret College down here in lane 1 for that last repechage spot. Advantages with Queen Margaret at the moment. Riley from Cambridge just across the line now. Nice run down here in lane 1 from Queen Margaret. Ella Matthews just making sure of things. And she may well pip Kate Heatley from Waikato Diocesan. No, what Kate's going to go across the line. Then it is lane 1. Then on the outside lane, it's lane 7 across the line. So that is race 60 completed. 60 races already. 8:41 they've gone through in. Right out in front of us here we can see Heat 5 through 750. And just through 500 to go are the leading scullers. So there's a scratching in lane 3, which means lane 4, Otago Girls Harriet Thompson is leading this heat down the course. She finished 2nd here at South Island Secondary School, so expect a good showing from her. Ashley Clatt from Tokofata College is in lane 6. Then we come back inside to Andy Shui from Avonside Girls would be 3rd. Just maybe over Georgia Smith from Westlake Girls number 1 out there in lane 7. That's heat number 5 heading towards us. Heat number 6 there through the 1,000 as well. So they're really letting these girls fly down here. Lane 1 of heat number 6 is Hillcrest High School Ratara David. Lane 2 Takapuna Grammar number 2 Talia Bull. Lane 3 Avonside Girls High School 1 Libby Greaves. In lane 4 Cambridge High School 1 Briley Deacon. In lane 5 Bethlehem College 1 Jemima Glayholm. In lane 6 Pukekohe High School 1 Chelsea Gray. In lane 7 James Hargis College 1 Caitlin Whitaker. And in lane 8 is Timaru Girls High School 1 Alana Berry Rankin. So there's some talented scullers in that 6th heat with Briley Deacon, who won the Secondary Schools Championship title up there in the North Island a couple of weeks ago in this event. Right down in front of us though, and doing it nicely, is Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School. She's 3 boat lengths in front of Paige Butler Beard from Craighead Diocesan in this fifth heat. And they would have 100 metres between them and the rest of the pack. Across the line goes Harriet now. In lane 6 to Coffata College, Ashley Clatt should be third. Right alongside here in fourth position is Westlake Girls. Number 1, Georgia Smith. So those are the 4 that will go through. Then into the repechagers we'll have down here, finishing in lane 2, Avonside Girls High School. Lane 1, Gisette from Bethlehem College 2. And then just a bit further back in the field is Queen Margaret College 3. So that fifth heat has gone through in a time of 8:41. So very similar times across the heats as we head through into heat 6. Watching that come down now, right in front of around about the 7:50 to go. Would expect to see lane 4 showing well. It is very well, in fact, it's leading. So strong row there from Briley Deacon. Still 4 to go through. Avonside Girls High School 1, Libby Greaves will be second. Then it's outside to maybe Caitlin Whittaker from James Hargest College. This will be a bit closer, you think, between third and fourth. Strong row this from Briley. Avonside Girls second. Lane 1, Hillcrest High School, Ratara David. She's already had a race this morning, and you would expect she'll come through into one of the fourth qualifiers. She's also racing in the under-16s. So she's probably third at the moment. Her challenge will come from out there in lane 7, James Hargest College 1. So that's what it's looking like at the moment. Cambridge High School from Avonside. And Ratara starting to move through here in lane 1 from Hillcrest, starting to move alongside James Hargest out there in lane 7. Those are the 4. Nice and easy down to the line comes Cambridge. Cambridge across the line very shortly, and then it'll be Avonside Girls, and it will be Hillcrest, and it will be James Hargest. Hillcrest just quickening up to make sure she gets that position. 2 boat lengths back in her in fourth position, back to Pukekohe Chelsea Gray. So out to Pukekohe, back inside to Bethlehem, then we come down to Takapuna Grammar down here in lane 2, then across on the outside to Timaru Girls High School. $8:40 is the time for that heat as we have a look and see what's happening with heat number 7, which is the last of these heats before we go into the boys under 18 Cox 4s. There's a small gap in the program before that, so let's just check out this heat number 7 of the girls under 17 single sculls. Lane 1, Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Olivia Farrelly. In lane 2, Queen's High School 1, Ella Edwards. In lane 3, Maclean's College 1, Emily Marchall. In lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan, that's her out in front. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Phoebe Barnes. In lane 6, it's King's College 2, Jasmine Cairns. And in lane 7, it's Cromwell College 3, Greer Ferguson. So again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So Pippi Horan well out in front. Then we're looking at Maclean's College 1, Emily, and then lane 2 would be Queen's High School 1, Ella Edwards. And then we're looking at Hamilton Girls High School 1, Phoebe Barnes. Those are the 4, but just out there in lane 7 is Cromwell College, Greer Ferguson. She's not out of it by any stretch. She looks to pull up alongside Hamilton Girls. So 5's going to go into 4. Ella Edwards just on the fringe there at this stage down there in lane 2. Pippi Horan with 140, 50 metres to go. doing it easily at this stage. She's done the work early on in the race. She'd be 3 boat lengths, maybe 4 boat lengths ahead of the chasing pack. That chasing pack is Emily from Maclean's College. Hamilton Girls High School is Phoebe, and then outside in lane number 7 is Cromwell College. So those are the 4. The opportunity was for Ella down there in lane 2 from Queens, but it's just getting a little bit too much for her, so those other 4 are looking to sew it up. Then it'll be back to Samuel Marsden Collegiate down there in lane 1, and we'll go outside to King's College in lane 6. So plenty of racing ahead of Pippi Horan for the rest of the week. So she's just doing what she needs to do. Very slow rating now, just to get herself down and across the line. As opposed to Greer Ferguson, who's giving it everything in the outside lane there, lane 7. Down here in lane 3, as Pippi goes across the line. So Greer Ferguson out there will be second in lane 7. Down here in lane 3 will be Maclean's College to finish third. Fourth there will go to Hamilton Girls, Phoebe Barnes. Those are your 4 through to the quarterfinals. Repechage as it is for the remainders, the exception of King's College out there in lane 6. So we'll just check a time for you when the computer comes back to life. And then we'll just have a small break for 15 minutes before we head into some of the boys under 18 Cox 4. As we start to progress the boys through the Springbok Shield, currently held by Auckland Grammar School. There will be some good heats to watch coming up there soon. 3 heats, plenty of competition. Look forward to bringing those to you in around about 15 minutes time.
More FM. Non-Stop 10, obviously over the weekend, the devastating news coming out from Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins passing away. If you do want to see, it's incredible. 1,000 musicians playing Learn to Fly by the Foos just in tribute. You can text video to 559 to that. But the very last song that Taylor performed on stage by Queen, we'll get after 6:60.
More FM High School Hit.
Class of 93.
Just about good to go soon with the boys under 18 Cox 4 heats as we start to progress people for the Springbok Shield through. Be some great racing to watch here. With Mount Albert and Hamilton boys and Westlake boys showing prominently in the North Island a couple of weeks ago. And they'll be looking to take on the crews here from the South Island with Cashmere, Christ College and Christchurch boys and St Andrews all showing strongly. I'm sure there's plenty of supporters over there and across in the Great Southern Stand. There's all sorts of tents and units up there. It reminds me of a MASH unit, but maybe that's for mobile adult supporters and hospitality across there, all their signs. As we get ready for the first heat, we're going to bring you through the crews for the first heat. Remember, 1 and 2 will go straight through to the A final. In lane 2, Westlake Boys High School 2. Benjamin Sumner, Logan McAvoy, Arno Reinecke, Liam Reeder, Joaquim Umali is the Cox. In lane 3, Christ College 2, Hamish Grigg, Max Harris, Bruno Vaughan, Alex Spate, Louis Nelson is the Cox. In lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Daniel Humphrey, Adam Wilson, Ethan Johnson, William McIntosh, Oliver Duncan is the Cox. Had the pleasure of being on a safety boat yesterday with his father. Lane 5, Cashmere High School 1, George Higgins, William Anderson, Sam Cleland, Oscar Clackworthy, Hazel Brown is the Cox. In lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Jaden Allen, Joshua Brunger, Matthew Polton, George Nilsson, Jack Walker is the Cox. And in lane 7, and they got the orange light, they're not far away from a start, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Connor McLeod, Scott Hay, Finn Strang, Harrison Ware and Harry Cleland. And they're off in the first of the heats for the boys under 18 Cox 4. Strong starts there for Hamilton boys, Cashmere High School and Whanganui Collegiate there in lane 6. Lane 7 is Waitaki boys as you look at your screen there on the far left hand side, and out the far right hand side you've got Westlake Boys High School number 2. So the umpire boat will swing in behind it just for the first 400 metres. For those of you that haven't been watching much of the live streams down here this year, we've got zonal umpiring for these regattas, which means that the umpires are in their own zones of around 500 metres. They won't follow the races all the way down the course, and the main